Okay, now you guys can hear me. There we go. I'm still not used to this damn microphone. All right, I got a practice session going up right now. Sorry that I'm running a couple minutes late. I had a doctor's appointment this morning. I completely forgot all about it. When I was talking about this a couple days ago, how we were going to be doing it at, what'd I say, noon Eastern? Yeah, I forgot I had a doctor's appointment at noon Eastern. So 21 viewers starting off strong. Yeah. Well, I actually when and you guys let me know how the mic sounds, because I'm sure it might be a little hot because I'm still not used to this mic. This is my broadcast mic. Like it's not really meant for this, but it's gonna have to be now. And if you guys hear my fan, I'm really sorry, because it's like 100 freaking degrees already in my office. So anyways, I actually, when I do, there it is. If you guys want to join this, the password is just SSR35. It's just a practice session. There's not going to be any racing or anything like that. It's just a 4-hour open practice session. So if you guys want to join it, you can. But when I live stream during the day, I actually have probably double the viewers. I usually have close to, I think I average when I do my live streams at, like, 8 Eastern, 9 Eastern, I think I average like 20 to 25 or something like that. When I do them in the day at this time, if I'm racing and stuff like that, I usually have double to that, like 40 to 50, somewhere right around there. And a lot of it is just the number of people that are at work who watch my live streams is actually pretty awesome. It's pretty cool that people are like, hey man, I'm at work watching your live stream. So yeah. But yeah, I figured we would get a few people showing up to this one, just because these cars are, there's still a lot of people who are frustrated by them, man. A lot of people who are frustrated by them. And they're not easy, dude. They're not easy cars, and look, I said this before in the video that I did a few days ago. They shouldn't be easy. This is the apex of NASCAR, right? They should be hard. They should be hard to drive. They should be hard to set up. They should be difficult cars, and they are. The thing is if you can figure them out, they're a ton of fun, man. They're so much fun. So yeah. I actually said I was going to hop into this voice channel. I should hop into this voice channel. Although I need to make sure I got this set up. Okay. So there we go. All right. Okay, so first things first, I got to make sure I've got everything. Having this mic here and having to reach for my keyboard kind of sucks. That thing pop up. No, it didn't. God dang it. Gotta do. Sometimes, for whatever reason, IRFFB won't pop up like it should, so you have to go to the details, bring up your task manager, go to details, and then click on analyze weight chain, and this thing right here, NV container. For whatever reason, you have to end that. Once you end it, it's fine. Boom. There it is right there. Okay, so first things first, you guys. This session is going to take a while, okay? It's going to be, let me make sure I'm recording this. It's going to be probably 3 or 4 hours. One of the reasons it's going to take that long is that I'm not one of those types of people who's just like, hey, do X, Y, and Z and go do it. Like, I'm going to explain to you the whys behind stuff. When it comes to setting up these cars, okay, like for example on the NASCAR truck, okay, there's a couple of things that's like, dude, you got to do this if you want it to be fast, right? Number one, you have to get the left front spring coil bound. You have to coil bind that spring so you can set the front right height. If you don't do that, I don't care how good it handles, you're not going to be fast, because it's going to have too much drag. The front end's going to be in the air and it's going to be slow, right? With this car, you want to, there's a different thought process behind it. So it's not, oh, how can I put this? You want to change the thought process from what to think to how to think. You want to learn how to think about these cars, okay? And you want to learn that on every setup, right? The how is, you know, the what it does, why it does that, how it works, that type of stuff. You want to get like that with everything. But with these cars, more than any other car that I have set up consistently, and I've set these up a lot, and I've done a ton of testing on these things. There's no boundaries to it. Like, if you're someone that's like, dude, look, I love running the stiffest springs possible, right? I like my car to literally feel like it's rigid. You can do that and be fast. 100% you can do that and be fast. You have to set everything else up around it, but you can do that and be fast. If you're like, hey man, I actually like my car to roll over like I'm in a dirt late model onto the right side, you know, when I go into the corner, guess what? You can do that and be fast. Now you have to set everything else up around it to make it work, but you can do that to be fast. There is no cookie cutter, like, do XYZ to be fast. Like, I've tested the crap out of this. I did ride heights tests on this car at Talladega, where I put the car as low as I could get it without it bottoming out. Ran it around the track wide open. Didn't change a thing. Not the gear, no, nothing. Just left everything exactly the same, even the cambers. And then I raised the car a full inch. Like, it was basically like the maximum ride height that you could get, or close to it. It was a little bit less than an inch in certain parts. The max speed was the same. These cars, they suck down so much because of the diffuser and the flat underbody and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about them being sealed off like that no more. You don't. Now, getting them sealed off affects the handling, right? But it doesn't have to be that way to be fast. That's the thing, okay? So that's the first thing to understand with this. The second thing that you need to understand is that you're gonna need to use telemetry. You just are, okay? There's no other way to put it. And I'm gonna show you guys how you can do this. I'm gonna use the free Motec workbook that you can get off the SSR website right now. You can go get this for free, okay? It's on the free membership site, and I'll show you exactly how I use this, because the dynamics of these cars is really what matters. That it's what makes the biggest difference to this. Your ride heights, like we were just talking about it, your ride heights are super important because of the aero profile of the car, not because you need it down on the ground to reduce drag. No, it has to do with the aero profile of the car. You can actually run this car really high as long as the profile of it is good. And when I talk about the profile, I'm talking about the either rake or tilt. If you have too much tilt or rake on the car when you go into the corner, if that right side lifts up too high, and you guys have all experienced this before, especially if you've driven an iRacing setup, and all of a sudden the car snaps and then comes back. That is that diffuser basically stalling. That right side of the diffuser is lifting up too high, the air washes out, and the car snaps because you've lost your downforce. Right? That's why it will happen going into a corner, because you're going up over a transition, that left front dives down, the right rear lifts up. Okay, so that's what's important, is the profile. It's not just you need to be a tenth of an inch off the ground. No, you have to have the profile correct. Okay, so that's really the thing that you want to focus on in terms of the dynamics. That's one of them. The others that you need to focus on are obviously things like tire wear. Super important with this car, super important. For example, I don't think you will ever, like, if we just look here at the iRacing setup, you'll never win an open setup race with this setup, okay? 5.6 degrees of camber. That's what I run in qualifying. That you're going to smoke your right front tire. Now, you can be more aggressive with these cambers, absolutely, because of the tires, but that, to me, is insane. Right? And especially when you're running a 62% crossweight, this setup is so tight. The only reason that this thing turns is because of that right front camber. As soon as that right front camber goes, and you can see here, you got 0.7 of an inch on the left front to right rear rake. This thing, as soon as that right front goes, you're going to be just snow plowing, and the car's going to be snapping on you. All right? And any of you who have raced this fixed setup race over the last 24 hours can probably attest to that. You know what I mean? So, now, that doesn't mean there's not a way to drive it. There is, right? But you've got to be prepared for that if you don't know that going in. The stuff that I run for cambers is half that. And any of you guys who've watched the races that I've done, right? You remember the race we did at Darlington where I won the race, right? I led basically every lap of that race. Nobody could touch us in that race, and our car was great over the long run. And it has a big reason for that is because of your cambers. Getting the tire cambers correct is a huge deal. Okay, it's a really big deal. All right. So that all being said, what we're going to do here is, so basically what I do is I have a kind of a base go-to setup that I use for whenever I'm building something from scratch. Now keep in mind, the more that you build the setups, the more setups that you build, the more that you can use previous track setups for a new track, right? So for example, we ran Texas last week, right? If you had built a Texas setup for yourself and it felt good, you could take that Texas setup and you can use it here at Charlotte to build from. Now you're going to have to adjust off of it, but it'll save you some time, right? They are similar. Obviously, Charlotte's got a lot more banking. Charlotte's faster, right? But for the most part, there are similar track. Atlanta, for example, right? If you have a setup for Atlanta, you could use that to build your Charlotte setup. Or I don't know, pick a mile and a half with a dogleg or a tri-oval, right? Like you can use those. Vegas, Chicagoland, Kansas, okay? So you can start doing that, and the more that you build these things, the more you'll recognize that, where you're like, hey, you know, Nashville Super Speedway is kind of similar to Kentucky in the sense that it's these wide, flat corners that you have to really slow down. Maybe that setup might do well there. Maybe it'll be a good starting point, right? So you'll start figuring those things out, okay? So Dave, what's up, Shaka? And you guys, what's up, all of you guys here in the chat? Thanks for coming out. Megalomania, thank you very much. Special shout out to you for being part of the winner circle. So Dave, normally my live streams are reserved strictly for members of the winner circle, but this one I'm going to make available. The recording for this will be available to everybody. Okay, so you will be able to watch this live stream when it's done, because I understand it's during the day. Not everybody can be watching this right now. All right, so I really want this to help as many people as possible, because I know how many people are frustrated at these cars right now, and it's a shame because, like I said, I think they're a ton of fun. I love them. Okay, and if you can get them to where they're comfortable for you, it's amazing. So yes, this will be available for you to watch later. It will be up and it's not going anywhere. And give me one sec, I gotta shut my door. Okay, so first things first, the base setup that I use to start with is I basically go with the stiffest setup possible. Okay, I start off with both my front springs at 46, my right rear at 46, my left rear at 3000. That's the max springs that you can put in each corner of the car. I run the stiffest ARB front and rear, and the stiffest ARB arms. Okay, that's what I do to start off with. Okay, on 1.5 mile banked tracks, which is, you know, like we just named a bunch of them: Charlotte, Vegas, Kansas, Texas. Okay, those types of tracks, my starting cambers, because this is important, like I said, the car, you can, you know, the iRacing setup's got 62% cross weight, and they've got 5.6 degrees of right front camber, negative camber. That is what turns the car, is that right front tire. That's why in 10 or 15 laps, the car will stop turning. Okay, so for me, I start with the right front at 3.2, 2.7, 2.5, 2.7. Okay, that's kind of the starting zone that I have found for banked 1.5 mile tracks. Some tracks will be more, some tracks will be less, right? Dover, for example, I would start with a similar camber. You know, Kansas, for example, I actually would probably start with a similar camber. Kentucky, though, I would actually start with less because it's a deceiving track. The corner's a little bit flatter, right? So, like I said, once you get more used to doing this, you'll figure this out. Once you build some tracks, you'll have some ones that you can pull from and use to build from. Okay. Starting ride height. What is important to me for the starting ride heights, and this is important, okay, once again, is the profile. Okay, normally I actually wouldn't start this high. The reason why it is this high is because Charlotte is so bumpy. All right, if it was a smoother track, I would subtract probably about 2/10 of an inch from each corner. Now, ultimately, it doesn't actually matter, right? It really doesn't. As long as the car can suck down, okay, then it's fine. What you'll notice is that the more that you can get the car to suck down dynamically, it will stick to the track. And then if you can maintain a profile through the corners where basically, you know, the left side isn't like a half an inch higher than the right side, like we don't want that, obviously, but you can maintain a decent profile, you'll notice that, hey, man, it doesn't matter if this thing's a half an inch off the ground or if it's only a 1/10 of an inch off the ground. It still feels good. Okay, you'll actually notice that. All right, so for me, like I said, I would normally be about 2/10 of an inch lower, but right now we're at this because Charlotte is so bumpy. Charlotte's a very bumpy track. All right, and I don't want to be hitting bumps or bottoming out when I'm first building the setup. If you are bottoming out, okay, like consistently, you're going into the corner and that right rear is actually consistently hitting, that can have a huge effect on what is going on with the car and what you think is going on with the car. You might have a car that you're like, man, this thing is nice, man, it's hooked up, it feels good, and it turns out you're actually bottoming out that right rear, and when you finally get that thing off the ground, you go into the corner and the thing just spins out on you. Well, it's because that right rear wasn't working the way that it was supposed to be that whole time. So you want to make sure that you're not bottoming out, all right, while you're first building your setup. Okay, for the shocks, what I do is I put everything at 4 with the exception of the right front low speed compression and the right rear low speed compression. I put those at 5. Okay, and then on the left side, I put the low speed rebound for the left front and left rear at 5. All right, everything else is set to 4. The reason why I do that is I want the suspension to be moving freely. I don't want my shocks to really be dictating to me right now my spring package. Remember, these are coilovers, so they really work together. Okay, so if you don't want to do that exactly, you could do kind of, you want to set them all to 1, you can do that. What I wouldn't recommend is going above 5. All right, pick a number, and I do the compression on the right side and the rebound on the left side. The reason I go 5 on those is because I know, just from personal preference, I'm gonna want the right side compression to be at least 1 higher than the left side compression, and I know I'm gonna want the left side rebound to be at least 1 higher than the right side rebound, at least in the start. It's not a guarantee it stays that way, but at least to start. Okay, so that's why I do that. If you want to just set everything to 1, you can do that. You can set it all to 1 number, whatever it is. Whatever you decide to do it consistently, though. That's the thing. Don't go to one track and be like, hey, this time I'm going to set everything to 5. And then the next time I'm going to set everything to 1. Do it consistently. Okay, because a lot of this car, you're going to be developing a feel for it. Even though it's got this rack and pinion and it doesn't have the force feedback that we're used to, believe it or not, you can feel a lot in this car the more that you do it. You really can, man. These cars, they have a completely different feel to them. All right, especially when they're getting out of shape and they're starting to get loose and stuff like that. All right, so be consistent. That's the thing. Be consistent. In terms of the caster and the toe-in, I usually, on fast 1.5 tracks, I go 2 degrees of caster split to start, roughly 2 degrees. If it is a bigger track, I'm like even, okay? And then if it's like a flatter track, I'm 1 degree. That's it. I mean, you can only go so far with the caster splits, okay? So it actually doesn't make the biggest difference. Caster is really kind of a feel type of thing. The more caster splits you have, the more the car is going to want to kind of dive into the corner. And so higher bank stuff, I've got, more caster split. Flatter stuff, I have less. Big tracks, Daytona, Talladega, those types of ones, I actually like to turn the wheel. I don't want the car to naturally go. I want to have to turn it. So that's why, that's why I run it even. And then toe in, I always run negative 130 seconds on the front. And then on the rear now, I start off with positive 530 seconds on the right rear, negative 530 seconds on the left rear. Okay, this will actually help the car come off the corner. 25 pounds of diff preload. I always start with that when I'm building a setup. And then, and that's one thing. If you are someone who doesn't like diff preload, don't use it. You don't have to use diff preload. Okay, I've talked about this before in previous videos. You don't have to use it. All right. At certain tracks, I'll be honest with you, on short tracks, I don't use a lot of diff preload. Not because I don't like it, but because the more that you run, the tighter the car is off throttle. When you're going into the corner at Martinsville or whatever, right? Like I don't want the car to be pushing. I want it to turn. So I'll use little to no preload. Okay, so it's really a feel thing. And then this ARB preload, I basically set this to whatever's going to give me the rear ride height that I want. I want about 0.2 of an inch of split on the rear. And then on the front, I just want, around a 1/10 of an inch. That's the profile that I'm looking for at the start. Okay. So I know that was a lot, but that's what I do. Steering pinion, I always start at 2.36 or 2.64. Really quick on the steering pinion stuff, okay, and the steering ratio stuff. I know that there are people out there who still espouse this notion that, hey man, the bigger ratio, the slower the wheel, the more you save your tires. That, you guys, that is so false. It is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Okay, and I hate to say that. Because I've heard some very good drivers and smart people say that, but it's false. It's 100% false. It has nothing to do with saving tires, you guys. It really doesn't. It's all about how much you want to turn the steering wheel. That's it. Dude, drivers in NASCAR in real life, before they went to this new car, they were running like 8-to-1 ratio boxes. Like that's a super tight wheel. It's because they just barely want to turn the wheel. It's all about feel. I run these small pinions all the time. Any of you guys have watched my live streams, you know that when it comes to long runs, I'm one of the best cars out there, right? So this is based on what feels good to you, you guys. It really is. I cannot reiterate this enough, because I'll have people who tell me, they're like, hey man, I don't like the way the car feels. It feels sloppy. A lot of that has to do with this steering pinion. Tighten this up. The bigger this number, the less you have to turn the steering wheel, okay? The smaller this number, the more you have to turn the steering wheel. All right. So don't be afraid to do this. You're not going to, just because you go from 2.08 to 2.64 does not mean all of a sudden now you're going to burn up your front tires. That is so false, man. And there's very, I'm going to kind of sound like a douchebag for saying this. There's very few setup shops and stuff out there that I would say like, yes, those guys, listen to those guys, because I think there's a lot of people out there now who are, I just think there's a lot of crap out there right now. But you can even go talk to someone from Maconi, or I've heard guys from Ryko say this too, right? And I would absolutely listen to those guys. They'll tell you the same thing. They're like, tighten up the steering ratio, man. It doesn't have to be loose and sloppy. Like you don't have to do that. So yeah, that's what I normally start with. Here we're gonna actually start at let's start at 2.64. I want it to be a little bit tighter here. And then lastly, nose weight. Fast high bank tracks, I'm usually going to be somewhere between 50.6 and 50.4. And I'll kind of use this to kind of fine tune where I want the ride height or something like that when I'm trying to get this profile set where I want it. I'm more concerned with that than the nose weight, because we'll worry about that later. And then cross weight, the cross weight, you guys, honestly, I'm just setting it kind of to whatever gives me the profile that I want. Usually it'll be somewhere in the mid to upper 50s. And the cross weight, you guys, this is another one of those things that is going to really be based on whatever else you've got going on with the setup. We've had setups before where, and I'll just save this real quick as the base, where, and let me see if I can find it. I think it was California. Yeah, California, we had 52% crossweight. And that was an insider setup. And then there was another one. I'm trying to remember where it was. Was it Dover? No. Atlanta. I'm not going to spend all day searching for this, but no. But I mean, I had another one that was like 50%, 49%, right? Like it's based on the setup. And I'll show you guys a trick later that you can use to actually make the setup more long run by using the crossweight. I'll show you guys that here in a little bit because it really works. And then lastly, brakes. Okay, so I get a ton of questions about brakes. These right here, you guys, the best way to think about these master cylinders is that the smaller the master cylinder, okay, the better the brakes, the stronger the brakes. So for example, if I put a 19/32 front master cylinder on here, I'm going to barely have to tap my brakes and they're probably going to be locking up. They're super strong brakes. I will usually never go below 27/32. That's kind of the lowest that I'll go. And I will only use that on bigger tracks. So basically, I don't want to have to touch the brake that much. And if I am touching the brake, I'm actually touching it while I'm maybe even still on throttle a little bit. Okay. Shorter tracks, I'll go to bigger master cylinders because I actually want to have to push my brake almost all the way down to stop. Like Martinsville, I want to have my entire brake pedal be of use, right? I don't want to just barely touch it and now it's locking up. All right. If your front master cylinder is smaller than your rear master cylinder, that's going to be more front brake bias. So imagine it if, like right here, okay, we have 7/8 and 7/8. Our front brake bias is 50%. Okay, that's 50%. If I put this to 27/32, that's like changing your front brake bias to 54%. Okay, now it doesn't change the bias. Okay, it doesn't actually change this number, but that's kind of the comparison of what it does. Okay, it just shifts that balance forward and back. I will usually use a little bit smaller front master cylinder over rear, and then I will adjust my brake bias with this accordingly. Okay, it's really simple. All right, so any questions? Nope so far. All right, okay, so here's the deal. Now that we've got all that stuff done, right, we're through everything, let's hop into the car here and let's actually go out and turn some laps. That thing just went nuts. All right, and we're going to make sure that we turn on our telemetry, which is really important. You guys, I can't remember who it was that told me about this dash. They told me about it during the last live stream. Or 2 live streams ago. God bless you. This thing's been a lifesaver. Make sure you've got this dash up by pressing the D button. Super important. Okay, we want to be able to actually see the RPMs and see when it's going yellow to red and stuff like that. Yes, you can watch this, but I find it easier to just see this out of the corner of my eye. Okay, we're going to turn off our lap times, because we do not care about lap times. We don't. The lap time does not matter right now. All right. That's going to give me a black flag. Another thing that you guys should do when you're building setups, turn off your damage, okay? There's nothing worse than testing a long run and then accidentally grazing the wall and then being like, oh my God, I got to go out and redo those 40 laps. Turn off your damage, all right? We got nothing to prove. Turn it off. The goal is to turn laps. I've got damage off right now. Turn it off. All right, so we're just going to run about, usually it takes about 2 to 3 laps for the tires to kind of come to temp. And we're just going to run about 5 or 6 laps after that. So about 7 or 8 laps total, okay? And once my tires come to temp as they are now I'm going to push it. And this thing is super tight, which Most of the time it starts off really tight like that, and that's fine. But the main thing that we want to do right now is we want to, number one, we're getting a feel for the car in terms of the aero profile. The amount of tilt that these cars have going into the corner has a huge effect on them. You could actually, if you were to tilt this thing, if you were to put like an inch of tilt in it, so let's say the right side was at 1.5 inches and the left side is at 0.5 inch, going through the corner dynamically, you could have 70% cross weight on this thing and the car might snap around on you. It might be loose. So getting that profile figured out in the beginning, making sure that you got that correct, and then just getting a feel for how the car is while you're driving it. You just want to make sure that right now it's stable and that it feels okay is really important. All right. So obviously the car is really, really tight. We kind of know that going in. Gear-wise, we're okay. I mean, it's taking me forever to get back to the throttle on this thing, so, and we're still getting to 9,000, so we should be good on gear. And you guys can use the iRacing gear as whatever they've got in their setup. That's always a good starting point. These cars really like RPMs. They like to be wound up. If you're hitting, 9,000, 9,200 RPMs at the end of the straightaway, like, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. All right, we're gonna get one more lap in here around the top. That's all right. She's so tight, she didn't want to turn. Okay. When you pull off, also try not to lock up your brakes or anything like that. You don't want to damage your tires. You do want to look at your tires every chance that you get, just because that data is important, okay? You can see we're smoking our right front, and it's because the car is so tight. All right, but right now our rears look good. We're basically even across that. The left front tire, one thing I'll tell you guys about the left front tire, trying to get these three to really match up to get an even temperature spread, I don't want to say it's impossible, but damn, it's close to impossible. Like, it's tough. What I have found with the left front is that if you can get the outside in the middle, if you can get these two to be close, then you're pretty much good. This inside, I don't really worry about it. I'm more concerned about these two out here, and I try to get these two close to even. Okay, so normally that'll be, at a track like this, will probably be somewhere between 2.5 and 3 degrees on the left front. All right. Left rear, I try to make sure that it's, pretty close to even. About a 20-degree temperature spread is what I'm looking for on the other tires, from one side to the other. You can see here on the right front, we're way past that. I think that probably has more to do with the car being so tight as opposed to the actual camber. But, 20-degree spread seems pretty good from all the stuff that I've tested. And don't be afraid to put air in these tires. That's another thing. Right? People are like, oh, right side, run them at the minimums. No, you don't have to do that. You can put air in these tires. It's okay. All right? It's okay. These tires are so low profile that it's not going to hurt them to have air in them. It's really not. All right? So, what we're going to do now is we're going to load up our telemetry. All right? And what we want to look at here is we want to look at all of these laps, okay? And we want to check our ride heights first, all right? This is what we're setting first, is our ride heights. Down here in this workbook, you will see, and if it's the the free SSR workbook, you're going to see aero platform. Aero platform is just a measurement of how much higher is the rear than the front. Okay, right now it's negative 0.6 degree or negative 0.6 inches and positive 0.5 inches. We're averaging the rear basically about 1/10 of an inch lower than the front. Keep in mind, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, these cars have 20 gallons of fuel. Fuel is 6 pounds a gallon. That's 120 pounds. Your rear ride heights over the course of a long run, right, like 50 laps, you will see the ride heights change a couple tenths of an inch. Like, it's a significant change. It's not small, it's significant. So you need to be cognizant of the fact that the profile of this car is going to change throughout the run. All right, don't just worry about the first 10 laps. The first 10 laps in this car means nothing. Right, the old car, the first 10, 15 laps, that you were fast in. That's where all the speed was. These cars, many times, my fastest laps are like 10, 12, 15 laps into the run. Okay, so don't be so caught up in your short-term speed because it doesn't matter, you guys. It matters for qualifying. That's it. Everything else, it doesn't matter. All right, so we've got our profile going through, and let's look at our best lap here. All right, and if I pull up T real quick, pull up T, the track here, okay? As we go around the track, what I want to see first is going into turn 1, and for those of you guys who don't know, you can see we have turn 1, straightaway, turn 2. If I double click here on turn 1, that'll take us to turn 1. Now this data is just turn 1. I want to see what my ride heights are going through that turn at each corner of the car. What we know is these averages right here, this little orange box with the white diamond. So our average ride height on the left front is 0.9 inches. On the right front, it's 0.7, call it 0.8. On the left rear, it's 1 inch, and on the right rear, it's 0.6 inches. So what does that tell us? That tells us that the right side is rolling over more than the left, right? The right side is lower than the left. And on the rear, it's pretty significant. It's basically 0.4 of an inch. All right. So, turn 2. Basically the same thing. And that's pretty typical. Okay. Especially when it's first starting out. The other one that we want to pay attention to is our front ride heights compared to our left rear. So you can see here dynamically when we're going through the corner, our left front ride height is at 0.9 inches, so less than an inch. Our left rear ride height is at 1 inch. So our left rear is actually higher than our left front, but in the garage we're lower. And the left front's got a way stiffer spring. All right, so this is what I was talking about when we talk about the dynamics of what's going on with the car. Okay, the static stuff doesn't mean much, man. It's what's happening dynamically, okay? So, that's what we're looking at with our ride heights. Now, going down the straightaways, the platform of the car is inverted, meaning the front is higher than the rear, okay? Believe it or not, that is pretty typical, especially at the start of the run. Like I said, with all that fuel, all right. There are ways that, you know, we don't want it to be extreme. Like I don't want I don't want it to look like a lowrider, right? But, you know, having it be, what are we at right here? If we look at the front ride height, which is the average of the front two, it's 1.3, and our rear is at 1.2. So it's 1/10 of an inch. It's not the end of the world, right? So it's okay. All right, so that is our ride heights, okay? The other thing that we're going to look at is our tires. So the first thing that we want to check, and we're going to look at just the first few laps here, these 5 laps. is as we're going through the corner, see how that's nice and even? See how these two, remember the left front, I'm just looking for these two right here. They're nice and even. Right? That's what I want to be seeing. Right rear even, left rear close. Okay? But you see how high that right front's getting already? We're only on lap 4 and we're almost at 300 degrees. You guys, 300 degrees is the point of no return. You don't want to get these things above 300 degrees. When you start getting the tires above 300 degrees, that's when you start melting them. Okay? That's when they just start falling apart. That's why the right front tire after 5 laps is already 95%. Because it was getting that hot. Okay? So, we know... sorry. I'm going to apologize in advance. I know I'm going to bump into this thing a ton. Just sorry. So, we know that the car is way too tight. All right? So, we need to fix that. We need to loosen the car up. And we need to run it with it loosened up to make sure that, hey, this thing is balanced. Now, the first adjustments that I will do to loosen this thing up is I'm going to go to my left side springs. All right. And let me get my my setup guide for this car real quick, because we can use this so you guys can see this as well. Where's the thing on the front springs? Okay. So if we look at the springs, each corner individually, okay? One thing is, if I want to loosen up my entry, I would actually want to stiffen my left front spring. If I was thinking about it in terms of a one-step adjustment, right? Car's tight on entry, I'm going to increase the left front spring, right? That is a way that you could actually loosen it up on entry. But here's the deal. When you start looking at it in terms of how it is compared to maybe the right front, in terms of like spring split, one thing that'll happen is that if we introduce spring split to the front, and we do quite a bit, which we want to do with this car on some tracks, is now the more front spring splits you have, which means the softer the left front and the stiffer the right front, it's going to loosen it up on entry and tighten it up on exit. I know that seems weird. It's kind of an opposite. Well, it is opposite in terms of, we were just talking about, we'll stiffen in the left front, we'll actually make it looser. But when you add split, it has an opposite effect. And so if we are basically tight all the way around, if I soften the left front, introducing a bunch of spring split, that's going to loosen my entry and tighten my exit. If I increase the rear spring split, soften the left rear, that will also loosen my exit. Okay, so what I will typically do is I'm going to actually drop these left side springs here. Okay, I'm going to keep the right sides at 46 right now, just because we're just going to leave them there for right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually drop the left sides by 1,000 pounds on both sides, or excuse me, on the front and the rear. So we're going to go 36 on the left front. You can unattach this if you want, or leave it attached. Okay, it's really up to you. I just leave it attached because I don't have a problem redoing it on the preload. I can usually get it back to where I want it. So and we want to go to 1366. There we go. Boom. Our preload looks pretty much the same. Our crossweight's the same, so we're good. Okay. So that's the first adjustment that I'm going to make. All right. And now I'm going to actually go out and retest this thing. All right. Because the moment that we can get the car to where it's somewhat comfortable, and we can start turning some laps, that's where we're going to actually really start getting this thing built. So we got to get the car comfortable. And one thing that you'll know with these cars is you'll notice with these cars, the more you build them, getting them to work the first 15, 20 laps is not too hard. Having a car that works for 40 or 50 laps, that's really where it comes in. That's what really takes the most time. And remember, like I said before, it's give it a lap or two, let the tires come to temp. Tire temperatures have a big effect on the way the car is going to handle, especially in the beginning. I can already tell you this thing feels way better. Way better. Whoops. I like running the high line, so I always want to be able to see how the car is going to rotate in on the corner. It's still a little tight. Let's try here. Now, did you guys see that right there? That's really important, okay? So these are the things that you want to be paying attention to as you're doing this, right? So right now, the car definitely feels better than it did a few minutes ago, our first little test run. It doesn't feel great, but it feels better. I can tell that it's loosened up on entry and loosened up on exit some. One thing that's happening, though, you probably noticed, was when we were coming up over this transition right here. See how the car is getting loose like that? That getting loose up over that is our right rear spring. So the car's got so much force acting on that right rear. When we go over that transition, right? See how that just did that? When we're going over that transition, that thing's got so much drive that it's wanting it to come around. So you have basically two options, okay? And this is where, like I said before, preference really comes into play. You can either A, stiffen that left rear spring back up, or B, drop the right rear spring, soften the right rear spring. I'm going to actually soften the right rear spring, and I'm going to do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, if we look at the data here, okay, and let's check our ride heights first. Okay, so let's look at our best lap. So as we go through the corner, our left rear is still higher on average than our right rear by quite a bit. On the front, the left front's still higher than the right front. So we soften the left side springs, and it's still higher than the right side, okay? Which, once again, that's going to happen. We don't have a lot of tilt in it, but that's okay. Now, when we're coming up over this transition, though, when we get right about there, this is where that right rear is basically getting compressed as we're coming up over that hump. And the left rear is, you can see it's expanding. So that's how we're getting that drive around. Now, in my personal workbook, I've got dynamic loads and all that stuff like that. Like, I can see all that stuff happening. But here, if we go to our suspension, we can see here on the suspension right here, the shocks right here. This is right coming, here's the end of the corner, and you can see right there, 8.6. So that's where that right rear shock is compressing hard. Bam. And that's where we're getting that drive around. Okay, so I'm going to actually soften my right rear spring, and I'm going to do that because, one, I would rather have a stiffer bar. I would rather have a stiffer rear ARB and softer springs than stiffer springs and a softer bar. And that's just a preference. All right, it's just a setup preference. That's just how I prefer the car to feel. Okay, one is not better than the other. There's actually, at Darlington, for example, that was actually a track where I had, and I'll save this, where we had, I believe we had a soft bar and soft springs. Let me see, which one was it? Is this a test? Yeah, I had a softer bar in the rear with softer springs. Okay, but at a track like Charlotte, that's bumpier, okay, and is definitely a fast track. All right, I want to keep that stiffer bar if I can. All right, so that's why I'm going to soften up those springs. Okay, soften the right rear spring. The other thing that we're going to do, dang it, is we're going to look at fixing our platform a little bit more now, our aero platform. So we know that as we go through the corner, right, that our left side is still a little bit higher than our right side, and we need to fix that. Okay, we've got to fix that. So first of all, our left rear is actually the highest point in the car, and that a lot of that has to do with when we're coming over the transition into the corner. That's showing us kind of the high point there. You can see right there, that's more lined up, that's coming over the corner. But after that, right, the left rear is still a lot higher than the right rear. Our left front still higher than our right front. So we need to drop the left front down by about 0.2 of an inch. We need to go like 0.3, 0.4 of an inch on the left rear. So we need to go a lot on the left rear. So we want to get this left front to 1.2 and the left rear to like 1.0. Okay. So the way that we're going to do that, I am going to unhook the ARBs because we're going to be winding a lot into this. So we're going to go 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay, so that we're going to reattach these ARBs, which they're going to be way out of whack, and that's okay. Just get them, when you're first resetting these, just get them close to 0. We can use them to fine tune crossweight and stuff later. So, and one thing to note on the rear, the more negative the rear ARB preload, the less crossweight. On the front, the more negative, the more crossweight. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. All right, so we've got this pretty close to where we want it. Now you'll notice that the right side did come down a little bit. That's okay. All right, that is okay. I don't want that at 6. I want that at 5. And in terms of the preload, I try to be more on the negative side than the positive side. I've actually found that the negative side seems better to me. So even if it's only a little bit, I still prefer the negative. I found that the positive side, I've had where the car kind of snaps around on me. All right. Now you'll notice here that we've actually got more crossweight than we had before. That's okay. All right, that we're not really worried about that right now. We do need to reset these cambers though. And if you look here, if you ever forget, you can go to driver and garage. This garage section will tell you what the cambers were or what everything was in that previous setup. So we had 3.2, 2.7, 2.7, 2.5. So 3.2, 2.7, 2.8, 2.5. Close enough. All right. So we're good. That did affect my caster a little bit, but that's okay. All right. want the cross weight at 58. Okay. All right, so we're going to save this as base 2. That's all I do. I just keep going up in numbers. And we're going to go back out and run some more laps. And now we're getting to where we can probably turn a few laps. And what you'll notice is after you do a couple of, 7, 8 lap runs, 5, 6 lap runs, once you do a few of those and you go out and the car feels pretty good, right? You do 7 to 8 laps, you're like, oh man, this actually feels kind of good. That's when you're like, all right, now I'm going to do 20 laps. And then you'll move to the next step of the setup. See how much better the car turns in? And we actually, and think about that. We have more cross weight in the car now. And you see how much better the car turned in? That has to do with the profile, that aero profile that I was talking about. How much tilt you have in the car. It makes a huge, huge difference. And always remember, it's a balancing act, okay? It's not something that you're like, oh, well, if 0.3 of an inch is good, then 3 inches must be great. No, you don't want to go crazy with it. I mean, that thing just dives to the bottom now. So much better. Oops, scraped. Now, it did just bottom out right there, which is okay. It's not ideal, but it is okay. When you're doing this, if the car does bottom out some, the thing to remember is that as long as it's not shifting the car, it's okay, right? Like, it doesn't mean like you need to stop and go back in and fix that before you can continue testing. It's okay, because usually it'll go away after a few laps. Once the tires heat up, come to temp, they'll increase pressure, you burn some fuel. Usually the bottoming out will stop. Okay, so the car feels pretty good. One thing that I am noticing with it, and you'll probably notice this too. Notice how we go into the corner. Notice how the nose kind of seems to be doing like a little bit of a shimmy, right? Like I go into the corner, the nose is kind of doing that. See how it's doing that? I'm not changing the wheel. I'm holding the wheel exactly in one position, but the nose is kind of doing that. That's the front end. It's not quite where I want it yet. It's kind of walking on me. And what's happening is that when it's doing that, that's the tires gripping and kind of losing grip. It's this kind of a dance in between grip and no grip. So the nose is not exactly planted the way that I want it to be planted. Okay. She's still a little tight. That nose is just a little bit, that is kind of bothering me some, because it's not sticking the way that I want it to. And I think what that is, shouldn't say I think what that is. What that is that's the front ARB. the front ARB's probably a little too stiff. Go to 3 on that. Okay. Also, one thing that I'm also noticing is that my front tires seem to be wearing a little bit more than the rears. I think we need a little bit less nose weight. Now, one thing that I can tell you is that even a couple of tenths of a percent, right? We just went from 50.6 to 50.3. That matters. That's a legitimate adjustment, okay? The high banked, faster tracks, I've noticed more nose weight is a good thing. The tracks that seem to have banking and stuff like that, they really like nose weight. Now, that doesn't mean you have to like max it out, but more nose weight seems to be a good thing. Shorter tracks, flatter tracks, I tend to run less nose weight. So on these tracks like this, I try to stay, I'll try to stay above 50%. Okay, I try not to go below that because it seems to really help with that. All right. Make sure we don't have any questions. Okay. All right, so that and another thing that I think I'm gonna do here, and let's check this. We need to look at our data because we were bottoming out. We want to make sure where we're bottoming out because I am gonna make another spring adjustment here. So we're bottoming out on the right front and the left rear. We're also bottoming out on the right rear. Now, that's going over that transition into turn 1. That's not the end of the world. If we look at this past the turn, as soon as that thing kind of hits and we get through the turn, we're not bottoming out anymore. Okay, so for the most part, we're pretty good. When you run at NIS this week, Devin, I honestly don't know. I'm going to run the Coca-Cola 600 because that is this week, isn't it? That should be this week. Isn't the Coca-Cola 600 this week? I believe it is. We just had Indy, Coke 600. May 24th to 29th. Okay, so it started. So basically what every NIS race is going to be the Coke 600. So yeah, I won't be doing that tonight. Probably, see, my son has baseball Wednesday night, so I'll probably be doing it Friday night. I'll probably run it Friday night. That'll probably be it. I lost literally like 400 I rating from Saturday. All those wrecks that we had at the Indy 500 and stuff, and Thursday night. Horrible. Okay, so anyways, where was I? So we're bottoming out on the bumps, but look at our average ride heights here as we go through the corner. Left front, 0.7. Right front, 0.7. Left rear, 0.6. Right rear, 0.6. So our platform, our aero platform is good. It's actually where I want it. Okay? Yes, the rear is a little bit lower than the front, but remember what I said, as fuel burns off, that back end's going to come up. And if you have, like we were, the Coke 600, a 600-mile, 400-lap race, okay? At some point, I don't care what split you're in, you're gonna have some long runs. You've got to be able to go out and run a full fuel load, 50, 60 laps. You have to be able to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be screwed, right? So we've got to have this thing feeling good over the course of the race. So our aero platform right now, I'm actually happy with it. We're gonna leave this where this is. Can't remember if I saved that or not, but I'm going to save it just in case. Okay, so we're going to leave that where it is. Okay. So the next thing that we need to do, because we've got kind of our aero platform where we want it. I know roughly where I want my ride heights. I'm not done making spring changes, so we are going to have to adjust those ride heights. But in terms of the platform, the difference, because that's the key. It's the differences. We want about 0.2 inches on the front and about 0.5 on the rear. Okay, and then the really important one is this one right here. Left front to right rear. We want about 0.3. Okay, that's where we want this for this track. All right, so I do think that I want to have a little bit softer right rear spring in this thing. It still feels a little too stiff coming up over that transition. I could soften up the ARB, but I actually don't want to do that yet. Okay, so we're gonna drop this down to there. All right. And then the next thing that I want to do here is, whoops. That. Tire temps actually look all right. The next thing that we're going to do here is, sorry, I keep hitting that damn thing, is we are going to now save this. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go out and actually run some laps. Can you share what you have so far in this session? Yeah, I'll share this. There you go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease the cross weight, and I'm going to do that by just adjusting this preload. To that. Okay. I am decreasing the cross weight because I want to see, was that 2.5 or 2.6? I can't remember. It must have been 2.5. All right, I'm going to decrease the cross weight because I'm going to see now how this thing handles here in the very beginning of this run. All right. The next thing that I need to do now is I need to actually start finding the balance of this car. Okay. So what I have found that works best for me is finding the balance of the car for the track and then working around that. And what I mean by that is that it used to be, you know, well, I shouldn't say used to be, but for like, you know, if we look at like the Xfinity or the truck or something, like I usually have a pretty good idea of what the thing needs at certain tracks. What I've discovered with this car is there's some tracks where my cross weight, I'll be running like 53%, right? Darlington, for example. And, you know, it was like 52, 53. And then I might be at another track and I'm running 60%. You know what I mean? And it has to do with just the balance of the car, what feels good and what's working for me at that track. And it's largely based on, for me, I largely base my cross weight on what's going to get me the most out of a long run. Okay? It's such a weird way of doing it. I know it's going to sound crazy, but it works for me. It works really well. So what we're going to do is we're going to go out, we're going to run about 20 laps. And after the first couple of laps, once you get the tires kind of up to temp, what you want to do for the rest of those 20 laps is you want to push the hell out of the car. Like, push it. Run it like you've got a 20-lap sprint for the win. Okay, that's what you want to do. You want to push it to the absolute max. And the reason that you want to do that is because when you're building these things, if you push it to the maximum, if you can build a setup that will actually work for 50 laps of you pushing it to the max, well then guess what? You can go out there and only push it 90, 95%, and now you've got something that'll be fast for an entire run. You know what I mean? Your single lap speed, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It matters in qualifying. Your average lap speed is what's important. All right, like if you guys remember that the Road to Pro race that we did at where was that? What was that? Kansas? Is that Kansas? No, it couldn't have been Kansas. I can't remember where it was. But if you remember, I was a full second faster than everybody in the race. Right? Now, because of that stupid black flag that I got for passing under the caution or whatever it was, right? I finished like 20th. But in terms of my speed, right? The fastest lap meant nothing. I didn't have the fastest lap of the race. I was actually like 0.2 of a second off in terms of the fastest lap speed. But my average lap speed was a full second faster than everybody else in the field, right? I don't get a black flag, I probably win that race. That's far more important than a single lap speed. So push the car hard and find out where that limit is, not just in terms of your driving, but in terms of the setup. Because when you know where that's at and you can increase that limit, right? I'm telling you, over the long run, it's going to be much, much better for you. It really is. I had a guy who, well, he probably won't care if I say his name. I won't say it. Anyways, he sent me a message. I think it was, this one was last, because this was during Kansas. So he sent me a message. He was like, hey man, I don't know what's going on, but during the first like 8 to 10 laps, these guys are just pulling away from me on the straightaways. And he's talking about the Cup car. And I told him, like, well, look, man, if you want more short run speed, just get aggressive with the front cambers and decrease the crossway. The car will be faster on the short run. I'm like, but on the long run, you're gonna fall off. It's not gonna be very good because the whole setup is predicated on those things. I said, understand that car, that setup does not come in till like lap 15, right? And then it'll be good the rest of the run. And he sent me a message 2 days later, an email saying, dude, my God, you were right. I can't believe it. After like 15 to 20 laps, I was the fastest car on the track. He ended up, I don't think he won the race. I think he actually hit the wall or something like that. He got like third place with the damaged car. Second or third. But yeah, I mean, when you can find that point and you can extend it out, now it's in your hands. All right? Like, should I be driving the car in this deep and just plowing my front end? No, I shouldn't. I'm doing that intentionally. I want to know how bad this thing can get and how quick it can get there. Coming over that transition, that thing's still a little bit off. We might have to soften that ARB as much as I don't want to on the rear. Right? So this thing is still tight. Even though we decreased the cross weight, it's still tight, right? Like really tight. what else did we adjust besides the cross weight, right? We decreased the cross weight, so that should technically make it looser, right? Shouldn't make it tighter. I mean, what else did we change? We made a slight, what, 0.3% on the nose weight, right? We softened the front ARB. That should actually loosen the car. So what happened, right? Why is it like that? Okay, this is what I'm talking about with these cars. We softened the right front spring too. Is that what else we did? Yeah, right rear, right front, right rear. We had a 3600 in the right rear. We went to 3250. So we dropped down 350 pounds on the right rear spring. All right. That tightened up the car. Now, to loosen up the car, we softened the front ARB arm, which should loosen it. We took 4% cross weight out of the setup, which should definitely loosen it. And even with that, the car is way tighter now than it was before. Way tighter. It's not even funny. So that right there is a great example of when you get these things right, you got them right. You want it, like, the corner springs are super important, man. With these coilovers, it's so important on these cars. So important. This guy sending the thing. How dumb do I look reaching over my microphone typing like this? Okay. So that right there really made a huge difference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, I don't want to soften that spring, or I don't want to stiffen that spring up anymore. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to do a couple of little changes here. I just want to raise qualified 8.2 faster average lap win by 1.6 seconds. Good job, Kurt. Nice, man. Well, you're from Sweden, Megalomania? I didn't know that. I didn't know you're from Sweden. All right. So, I don't really want to increase this right rear spring anymore. Just because, like I said, man, that coming up over that transition, the car kind of feels like a pogo stick, and it just wants to over rotate. Like, I could do other things to compensate for it, but I really don't want to do that. I like the way that right rear spring actually felt. If anything, I would probably like to actually soften it just a little bit more, just because of how it felt coming up over it. I still think it needs to be a little bit softer. So I'm going to actually do that. What we're going to do is we're going to actually soften. I'm going to go down to 3,000. I don't even remember the setup that we've got for the inside, because I already built the insider setup. I already have the insider setup for this week, the NIS setup, the Class A race. I've already got it. I'm literally doing another one just because. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the same spread that we had before on our rear spring split. So if you remember, we had a 3,600 and a 2,000. So we had 1,600 pounds of spring split. That's what I want now. So we're going to go 3,000 to 1,400. Now, keep in mind, this thing was already close to bottoming out anyway, so I'm going to actually raise this up just a little bit more. Make sure that that's still where we want it. Okay. All right, so we're going to do that. So now we've got our rear spring split. Another thing that I'm going to do here is that I actually think I want to run some more diff preload. Diff preload is one of those things, like I said, it's really a feel type of thing. and I want this car to really drive on throttle, and so I'm going to actually add some more diff preload to this. We're going to go 35 pounds. Okay. And what was those rear cambers? 2.7, 2.7, 2.6. Okay, so that's good. All right. So that and that. Okay, so, and then if we check, let me double check the ride heights again. You guys, the ride heights, that's one of those things you're going to literally be checking constantly, man. They're so important. They really are. They're so important. Okay. Okay, so that looks good all the way around. And then through the corner, we're pretty close to even. Not quite, but pretty close. The left side's a little bit higher than the right. It's less than 1/10 of an inch, so, you know, it's fine. The front is basically even. Okay, so we're good. All right, so we're good on the ride heights. Okay, so now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go out. We're going to test again. Okay. 57, 56%, that kind of seems to be the range in terms of our cross weight for where we were at with that spring split. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that if we've got the kind of the ride heights where we want it and this spring split the way that we want it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually decrease that cross weight down some. We took 2% out of it from where it was sitting just a second ago. So we're going to go 55%, which is actually still, that's actually pretty low. But I want to go lower. 53. Okay, 51. There we go. Ah, dang it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is this. All right, make sure that we've got our cambers where they need to be. Okay, so everything's set where I want it to be. We save this as 4. All right, so this is what we're going to do. So one thing, if you look at this, okay, first of all, we have 4.41. 4.141, excuse me. Okay. If you look, all right, when we decrease the offset, we raise the left rear. All right, and one thing that you'll notice is just 1, 2 clicks can have a pretty substantial effect on the cross weight. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go out, we're going to run this thing. Once the car, this is how you can find what kind of cross weight you need in the ballpark. Once we find the car starting to slide, and keep in mind there's 2 types of loose. I always talk about this. If the car goes into the corner and it's just the back end is sliding like it's on ice, okay, that's a lack of grip. If the car is driving around, right, like it's got grip and you hit the throttle and it just like wants to over rotate, that is the car is too hooked up on the right side. The right side is too hooked up compared to the left side. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go out, we're going to actually drive this thing and see what happens first. If we get to 20 laps first, or if we get to this car being loose first. And once again, I'm going to push it. I'm going to push the hell out of it. Once the tires heat up. because she does not like to turn on cold tires at all. And one thing you guys want to practice, not that, you don't want to practice bouncing off the wall. But one thing you want to start like getting more conscious of in this car is your exit off the corners. You want to be working on, as you're coming off the corner and on throttle, you really want to be working on getting the steering wheel straightened out as quickly as possible. All right. Now, the way that I set my cars up and drive them, it's more like a dirt car where I like them to drive off the right rear. I want that thing to be really on throttle dependent. But the more that you can drive like that, the better, because one thing that happens with a lot of people in this car is they'll be on throttle and they're cranking the steering wheel left, and then all of a sudden the car spins out on them and they think that they're loose. And what's wrong is they're actually tight. They've got the car too tight. And they're plowing the front end, and when that front end finally grips and they've slowed down enough, now it grips and snaps. And so you want to be able to really get used to straightening that wheel out as you're coming off the corner, because you don't, God, my nose is so itchy. Sorry. You don't want to be, just on the wheel, because that's going to cause you all kinds of problems, especially on exit. And don't be afraid to use the steering wheel. Like, a lot of people, they think like, oh, you got to be like perfect and still and don't move the wheel. Saw on the wheel. You ever watch them pro drivers, them Coke Series drivers? Dude, those guys are shaking that wheel like crazy. Even real life NASCAR, I mean, those guys are constantly moving that wheel. Now, one thing, and I forgot to tell you guys this. The track temperature, I have at max. It's whatever the maximum temperature that you can put it at, 90 degrees, 92, 95, whatever that is. Humidity is default, it's 55, wind is 2. But I've got the temperature turned all the way up in the afternoon. When I'm building a setup like this, I want it to be on the hottest, slowest, slipperiest track. Because if I can get my car to work on a slick track with these, I found that if I can get it to work on a hot, slippery track, I can get it to work on a cool, hooked up track. And it's not that difficult to adjust the car for the track. It's really not with these things, with the like the truck and the Xfinity. The way that I accommodate for weather is just the track bar, just raise or lower both ends of the track bar depending on the temperature. For this car, it's the crossweight. It's really simple. It's just crossweight. Maybe a tire pressure adjustment. Like that's really all that it is. It's not like you're going out and changing, springs and shocks. Another really simple way of doing it is the ARB arm. Like, if you build a setup and your rear ARB arm, let's say you have a 2-inch rear bar with the ARB arm at 2, okay? And let's say that the temperature of the track is 120 degrees, right? And then you go to a race and now the track temperature is 90 degrees, right? That's a huge difference in how much grip is in the track. So all you would do is just that ARB, that rear ARB arm, if it's at 2, just move it to like 4. There you go. Like, problem solved. Like, it's simple. So getting your car to work on the tougher track conditions, do that, then it's much easier to get it to work on the you know, better track conditions. All right. Do you guys just see that there? You guys see what's happening with my front end? See how it's doing that again? And then see how here when I'm coming off the corner, hear how the RPM's lifting up slightly and then the car's coming around some? Hear that? It's really subtle. You guys might not be able to hear. I mean, obviously I've got headphones on. So the car's pushing, it's tight, and then when I'm picking up the throttle, and there she goes. See that? Now most people would chalk that up as, okay, car's loose, because it got loose coming off the corner. Always look at your entry first. Well, what's my car doing on entry? My car is tight as hell on entry. Just pushing on entry. It's just plowing. What's the track temp right now? 112. So I got this out 90. 112 is actually not that bad. It's pretty cool considering. Okay. So the front end is just plowing. Look at that. Right? I mean, we're just smoking the right front. We're not getting any grip on that right front. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually soften up this ARB, because I think that's part of the problem. I think the car is, it's just a little too stiff. We're not getting the load on there that we need to, and it's just sliding the front end. Okay. I'm also going to, because the track is so warm, I'm going to actually soften this up just a little bit on the right front. Right there. Okay. Another thing with that preload, one thing that I was just noticing is that the car, because the higher this preload is, the tighter the car is off throttle, the looser on throttle. The car is pushing quite a bit off throttle, so I'm going to actually take some of that preload out. All right. And like crossweight rise, I mean, dude, we were, you know, how tight is the car? Like, it's super tight, right? But I don't want to take any more crossweight out of it, because, dude, that's, I can tell you right now, after 20 laps or so, that thing's gonna, it's gonna just be spinning out. So I'm not going to put a ton of crossweight into it, but we're going to put some back into it. Now, I'm going to test you guys here. See if you guys were paying attention. You guys remember what I said about the aero platform of the car and how important it was? Okay. Where was our setup? It was, I think it was this one. It was the one that had the tilt in it. Is it that one? That one. No, it was that one. So do you guys remember, what was it, 2 things ago, when the car was much better going into the corner? Car felt much better going in, was like way better, right? And what did we do? We had fixed the platform of the car. one thing that we did, if you'll notice, when we did that crossweight test just now, we changed the platform of the car. It's not tilting like it was. So even though we had 6% less crossweight, the car was tight. And you can see right here is a big difference. So that tilt, that platform, that profile that I was talking about, that's why it's so important. Okay? That's why it is so important to have that profile the way that we talked about, the way that we want it. So what we're going to do is this is why you always save your setups. We're going to go back to that one. I think that was 3. Was it 3? And we had 1 2 1 4 1 0 1 5. Yes, I think it was this one. Because we've only done 4, right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it was this one. So I actually want to raise that up some, drop that down. Okay. Oops. All right, so we know that our platform is pretty much more important than the crossweight. So I'm going to soften up that front bore, the arm. All right. Remember that we had the softer springs in the rear. So we wanted a 1,600-pound difference, right? So we're going to go, let's go 3,000. Let's try 1,500. 1,500. I'm going to raise that up just slightly because I know that it's going to be dropping down even more with that softer spring. Okay. All right, so we've got our platform back where we wanted it. We've got our rear spring split. We've got this. We softened up our front ARB arm. And we've got our cambers where we want them. Okay, so we've pretty much got everything where we want it. Okay, so all that's left to do now, with all that stuff that we did before, and as you noticed, right, most everything that we were doing, okay, was based on that aero profile, right, getting the front and rear spring split the way that we wanted it. Because with this car, with 4-corner independent suspension, the spring split is really, really important. It's really, really important, okay? It's not like those other cars, it's not like the Gen 6 car where you've got that forward 9-inch rear end, right, with the solid axle. It's not. That rear end was constantly fighting itself. This thing, it's completely independent, like it says. And so getting that correct is super important. Once you've got a kind of an idea on your spring splits and your aero profile, you really want to make sure that you've got that locked in. Now, everything else that we're going to do is going to be based off of that platform, building off of this. So we've now got basically our platform that we want to work from. Okay, our springs and our crossweight, ARB, that type of stuff. We've all got it kind of where we want it. Keep our platform and our rake. Keep in mind that it's not set in stone. It does not mean that this is our ARB arm and that's that, right? We might make adjustments on it. But in terms of our starting point now, we know what we're going to go with. So we're going to save this now as Charlotte base 5, and we are going to know that number 5 is where that's where we're at. Okay, that's our starting point. So everything that we just did is just to get us basically our improved starting point, right, for this track, okay? So now we're going to go out, and now we're going to actually run 20 laps. I need to know, we got 45. So lap 45. So we want to go to lap 66. If you guys forgive me, I gotta take my medicine. Yeah, zigzag iRacing setups are super tight. And then they make it to where the car can basically the car is basically turned because you've got all that camber in it, and that ends up just smoking the right front tire, and then you've got this thing that doesn't want to work. So okay. So once you get to this point, once again, you're gonna push the car, push it hard, okay? Like you would in a race. And you guys can hear that thing bottoming out, going over the transition. That's okay. Because you'll notice that the car's not shifting around or anything. All right, it's when we hit a bump and it shifts or it changes direction or something like that. That's where bottoming out's a problem. And if it does it the first few laps, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's if it does it, you know, every lap for an entire 50-lap run. So much better this thing's driving now. Pretty crazy, right? I mean, we actually increased our cross weight a ton, 8%. And now the car is driving in better. Well, it's because of that tilt, that platform that I was talking about. It's a really big deal with these cars, man. I cannot reiterate that enough. I actually figured that out watching the F1 race at it must have been the Imola race. So watching Mercedes bounce all the way down the straightaways, and they kept talking about porpoising, which has been a big deal with these ground effects. And they were talking, they had a tech guy who was breaking down what really is going on with porpoising, because a lot of people who don't fully understand it, you'll hear them, they just keep saying, they're like, oh, porpoising, you've got too much downforce, the car gets sucked to the ground too low, it gets too close, it stalls and lifts back up. But it's not as simple as just raising the ride heights. There's a bunch of stuff going on. It's the suspension, the rake, is, you know, the ride heights, the rake of the car, you know, the tilt, all kinds of stuff. And I was like, you know, this diffuser on these things is a really big deal. Like it's got to have a big effect on these cars. And when I started looking into it, there was a guy who was talking about it, and he was saying, he's like, with these cars, and we're talking about the F1 cars, he's like, with the F1 cars, don't think about it in terms of downforce, like over the like coming over the car and pushing the car down. He's like, that's the wrong way to be thinking about it. He's like, you want to be thinking about it in terms of the suck, it being sucked down. He's like, that's far more important. You're going to generate far more downforce worrying about the bottom and sucking the car to the track, as opposed to air coming over the top and pushing it to the track. And that was what I started doing with this. I started looking at it that way, going, oh, I wonder if I start playing with that platform and all that stuff, I wonder if there's something there. And this is what I found out. I had done a bunch of tests, and I actually the first race that I actually used the tests in a race was that Darlington race, and we won the race. And then I've done it a couple of times more. We did it at Kansas, and had I not hit the wall, I probably could have got a top 3 finish there. But we still finished, what, 6th or 7th with the broken car? So, alright, so the car is getting a little tight. Now, one thing I can tell you right now, up here on the high line, the car's too low. Can't run the high line with it. It's because the high side of the track in 3 and 4 is really bumpy, and it's bouncing and shifting the car around. So we are going to have to raise it up just a little bit. See how much the car like kind of chattered there across the track? Also the floor, yeah. Yeah, the floor makes a huge difference. Huge difference. With these things being panned off underneath with the diffuser, it makes such a big difference with the downforce of these cars. So this thing is definitely getting tight, and it's not. Normally my setups, if they're good for me, they start off a little tight and then they loosen up throughout the run. Because this car is reverse of the other Cup car. You know, the Gen 6 car always started off, you would try to start it off loose and then it would get tight throughout the run. This thing's pretty much the opposite, where it starts off tight and then loosens up. So it's a little too tight at the beginning of the run. It's still too tight, and I think that's because we're probably using up too much of the right front. One of the reasons the T-Rex car was so good was because of the ground effects. Yeah. Ground effects are huge, man. In terms of downforce, they're huge, dude. I'm actually really happy that F1 brought ground effects back. I really am. Like, my favorite F1 cars, the F1 generation, was the, like, late 80s, early 90s. Those cars, like, I loved those cars. Those were my favorite cars. You know, I remember when Williams had their active suspension. That car was so dominant, dude. They basically, like, outlawed that car. You know, those McLarens that Senna drove, dude. You know, the Marlboro McLaren car, dude. I love those cars. I remember I had a slot car track with that car on it, man. I was always that car. But I loved those cars, man. The way that they looked, and you know, they didn't have ground effects. I mean, they got rid of ground effects back in. Oh God, what was it? When did they get rid of ground effects? 80, 81, 79, something like that. But I'm glad they brought it back. Yeah, you couldn't use ground effects on dirt just because the surface is too unpredictable. You know, the track, you've got to have a more stable racing surface so you can control the car better. You would have to, in order to get ground effects to work on a dirt car, you would have to have active suspension, where you could literally program the suspension to change the ride heights and stuff in real time. And, you know, I mean, like, it would be so hard to do. All right, couple more laps here. So we've run almost 20 laps. It's still, the car is still bottoming out, but it's bottoming out where the car is still shifting, right? Remember I said if it does that the first couple laps, it's okay, it should go away. It's not going away. So we've got it too low. The car is still too tight even after we've gotten some wear, so we need to loosen it up some more. And then also we'll check the balance, we'll check the tire data to see how the balance is. But the front end is just sliding. So what I think we need to do is I think we need to actually soften up the front end some, the front spring some more. I think our platform might need just a little tweak to it, our aero platform. Not much, but just a slight tweak to it for the bottoming out. Yeah, that front end just sliding along. Ain't not getting no grip. So we're gonna soften up that right front spring a little bit. We're gonna actually soften up both front springs. Now, here's the deal, you guys. When you're making changes, make one change at a time, okay? For the sake of time, I'm changing multiple things and then explaining why. But understand, don't do that, okay? Unless you're very experienced and know what you're doing. Always change one thing at a time, because if you change multiple things, then you're not going to know what's helping and what's hurting, okay? Yeah, the Williams car in 92 and 93 was ridiculous. The Williams car did to F1 what the Dodge Daytona did to NASCAR, right? Like, that's what brought in the modern era where Richard Petty's just stomping everybody. You've basically got a street legal car that was built for NASCAR. Normally it was, you know, you got these automobiles, right, that they're trying to take out and race, and it basically, Dodge was like, hey, how about we build a race car that people can buy, right? That the average person can buy. Instead of us going to the average person, getting one of their cars and racing it, let's actually have a race car that the average person can commute to work in, right? Like, they just kind of flipped it. And so after that, NASCAR's like, yeah, we kind of need to do something about this. This is, you know, Richard Petty's winning races by you know, he's literally lapping the field 7 times, you know, like, it was just so dominant. And then the next year, you know, everyone's in you got the Superbird and the Daytona and all these different cars. Williams's car was so good that, I mean, F1 was just like, dude, you can't run that thing no more. Like, I mean, they just had to make all these different rule changes. It was crazy. Because that car was dominant. We're going to add just a little bit more spring split to the front. Not much, but just a little bit more. Okay? But we softened up both front springs, so that should help some on the turn-in. On the platform, let's bring up our ride heights here real quick. I'm fairly certain that it's the right front that is bottoming out. Right front, left front, right rear, left rear. Okay, so all 4 corners are bottoming out. All right, so let me find our fastest lap here. How did we do this here? Okay, so left front bottomed out going into the corner. Right front, basically the same spot. Right rear going into turn 1. Okay, so I can actually live with that. What was our averages, though, going through the corner? So the left front was at 7.77, right front 0.67, left rear at 0.5, right rear at 0.3. Okay, so we like softened up the rear springs, and now it's rolling over even more, right? So what we need to do is we need to fix this tilt a little bit more. I'm wanting my crossweight to be about 55, 56, somewhere right around there. Above that seems to be kind of where the car is feeling good. Because we're not going to be able to really fine-tune that crossweight until we can get this damn thing to turn better. All right. Now, also, if you look here at our right front camber, you can see how much of a difference we've got in our spread here. So I am going to adjust that right front camber down some. We've been running it at like 3.1. We're going to actually go down to 2.9. If it'll let me. There we go, 2.9. Sometimes you might have to adjust that caster to get it there. Left front's good. Left rear's good. Right rear's pretty good. So we can actually leave those there. We'll actually put the right rear to 2.6. So we can leave those. Okay. So we've got those. We've got that. One thing, oh, there was one other thing that I need to check. What was it? No suspension. No. Oh, that's right. I don't have it in this workbook. Okay. Well, we can add it real quick. So let's do this. We can go and pitch. God dang it. Add group. So I need the gyros. I need gyro pitch. Gyro roll. Pitch velocity. Roll velocity. 3 second. Edit that. I do not want all those damn decimal points. Okay. So this is basically showing you the roll and pitch of the car. Keep in mind, it's going to be like the roll angle is going to be extreme because it's on a banked track. So it doesn't account for that, right? Charlotte's got what, 30 degrees of banking or something like that, 28, 30 degrees. Like, it's got a lot of banking. So the roll and stuff like that is not gonna subtract that, because our car is obviously not rolled over 22 degrees, right? Like, it's not, my car's not 18 degrees leaned over right now. It's that way because of the banking. But what you can look at is, we can see here when we go down the straightaway, our roll is 6, right? 5 to 6. So that's basically flat, 5 to 6. So then we go into the corner, and now we're about 22 is the roll angle, negative 22. Well, keep in mind that, 5-6 degrees, right? That's about flat, because that's what we're doing on the straightaway. We subtract that, so that would be 16 degrees. We also know that the track is banked, right? Knowing the banking of it would definitely help. But we know that, hey, this is we're rolled over. It's got the banking on it. So it's a couple of degrees. And then we've, like I said here, our platform where we can look at this and see that, hey, we know that this side is higher than this side. So I like to look at the roll and the pitch. And I have actual calculations that I've created in my personal Motec workbook that accommodates for all the banking and stuff like that. The real thing that I like to look here is the velocity of the roll and pitch. So how quickly is the car rolling over, right? How quick is it rolling over? So, and then this one right here, splitter angle. This one's pretty good too, because it's going to tell you the angle of the front. And this is independent of the ground. So if it's showing you 0.17 degrees, that's what it is based off the ground. So when we're going into the corner here and this thing's in the negative, that means that the left side is a little bit higher than the right side. But you can see it's not by much. It's not a ton, right? So the car's not rolling over that hard. So that's a good thing. We're maintaining our platform the way that we want it. So what I want to do here is I do want to soften up this rear ARB arm just a little bit. The reason for that is because it felt just a little bit stiff when we were going over those transitions, and I don't want to soften that spring. I don't want to soften that rear spring up anymore. I don't want those rear springs to be any softer than they already are. All right. This rear ride height was, we had 1.122 and 1.5. So we need to actually raise this up a little bit, because like I said, all four corners were bottoming out. Okay. Yeah, I don't want that much negative preload. That's a little too much. Okay. All right. So we're going to save this as 6. Okay. Now the next thing, because now we're getting pretty close. The car feels pretty good. It's still tight. Okay, we're adjusting for that. We've made a couple of tweaks for that. I think it's going to be pretty much good now. At least I'm thinking it is. But we're getting to the point now where we can actually start looking to round this thing out, finish this thing out. Because keep in mind, we haven't touched the shocks yet. And the shocks are really, really important, okay, in terms of the setup. And we're going to be using the shock tuning here. This right here is how we're going to be actually dialing in our shocks. All right. So that in the histogram, and I'll show you guys how we do that. Okay. So is that at 1.5? Yes, it is. Okay. So you can see that first thing, I mean, these things are ugly looking right now, and that's fine, right? A lot of people will be like, oh, make sure you get that nice look. It doesn't have to be like that. Okay. It doesn't. The only thing that I use this histogram for is my shock slope. That's it. The slope is this. This is the slope. Okay? So, if you imagine this, all right, what this histogram looks like, if you were to actually turn this on its side, you would have a shock dyno. Essentially, that's what it is, right? So, for example, let me find a... I'll show you guys what I'm talking, what I mean. Let me see if I can open that up in here. There we go. Right? So if I took this and I rotated it around like that, right? Oh, dang it. What does that look like? I make this damn thing smaller. There we go. Right? What does that look like? And I'm going to actually delete this damn thing because I did that wrong. Select all, delete, paste. Okay, right? That looks like a histogram. That's what it looks like. Because that's essentially what it is. A shock dyno is just showing you the speed over the force, the velocity over force, how much force it's taking to move it at that speed, right? So they'll move it 3 inches a second, and at 3 inches a second, it needs to be, you know, it's getting this much force, right? Like that's all a dyno is. And what you have with digressive shocks, right? An example. Let me try to find you guys an example of a digressive shock dyno that's digressive. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this would be a digressive shock. So where you, and I'm talking about this because this is different ones. So if you look here at this outside line here, this orange line, when we talk about digressive, basically it's like a blow off is what it's saying. So it acts linear to a point and then it flattens out, meaning that that level of force is now maintained. Okay, and keep in mind, shocks don't produce force. They're a timing device. Okay, now linear shock is basically, this blue one's kind of close to a linear shock, meaning that it's like a 45-degree angle. The more force, the more velocity, right? So when we start doing these things, okay, these shocks over here in with these slopes adjustments and stuff like that, that's what we're talking about, linear and digressive shocks. Okay, that's what we're getting into, is linear and digressive shocks. And when you are doing that, what you can do with even though you can only go from 1 to 10 on the adjustments on each shock, these 6-way adjustable shocks, what you can do, how you can make the car feel good with the shocks, just getting the shocks right on these cars is huge. I mean, I really cannot overstate that. It's huge. I will spend, even though shocks only make up about 15 to 20% of the setup, I will spend 50% of my time on the shocks. Because if you get them right, it makes a huge difference in terms of how the car feels. Okay? So, we are now ready to start adjusting our shocks, because that's what's going to take us the rest of the way there. And when we do our shocks, that's where we're going to find our last fine-tune adjustments, meaning we might need to make a slight nose weight or cross weight adjustment or an air pressure adjustment or something like that. But you'll notice it's like a funnel, okay? As you get closer and closer to the end, your number of adjustments, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. It gets to a point where now finally you're like, nope, this thing's dialed in. We're good, okay? And that's what's going to happen. In the beginning, we were, right, even though we were only messing with a couple of things, we were looking at everything. And the more that we do, and the more that we do, it's getting narrower and narrower and narrower and narrower. And so we're going to get down to the point where it's like, all right, we've got everything done. Now we've just got this, right? Or it's this. And you'll know once you go out and you do a long run, right? Like when I'm building a setup, when I go out and I do my first long run where I'm testing, stuff, the point that I'm at, and that's about the point that we're at right now. Not quite. We got to get our shocks done first, but when I do that first long run, I come back and look, I can look at the tires and I can go, okay, the car felt like this. The tire data is telling me that the right front is being used up way more than everything else. We've got to fix that. Right? So you can get the rest from the tire data. And you can do that using Motec. So when we look at this, okay, we can see that our right side temps, we know that our right front tire is being used up the most, right? Now, these things right here only give us it's based on 1 lap. It only shows us 1 lap at a time. But we can just click through here each lap, and we can see that, hey, on exit, right? On the exit of 3 and 4, turn 4, look at, man, we're burning up our right front on the exit of that corner. Middle, exit. Exit, man, over 300, exit. Exit, exit. There, not so much. All right, there, kind of the entry. Exit, 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 exit. The rest of that corner looks good. Exit, exit, right? Exit, whole damn turn, but specifically the exits where we're our hardest. Exit, 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 right? You guys get the point. The exit is what's killing us. That's where we're tight, is the exit. Now, when we think about it, remember I always said, think back to your entry first. When we think about our entry's not bad. It's okay, but it's not great. I would like the car to be a little bit more loose on entry, okay? And then obviously on exit, we're just melting our tires. We're just melting, well, I shouldn't say tires, the right front. We're just smoking the right front. So we need to get this thing a little bit more loosened up on entry and then a lot more loosened up on exit, okay? So I'm actually thinking here that we're gonna actually increase this right rear up again. I think 1500 is not enough. We're gonna need to go more. I'm almost thinking like 2000, but let's split the difference here. Let's go there. Okay. All right. Now, we'll test that, and while we're testing that, the last thing that we're going to do here before we really start dialing in the rest of this stuff for the long run is we're going to see how this is. We got to make sure that our aero platform is good still, right? But we're also going to drive every different line on this track because now we're going to set our shocks. And the first thing that we have to set is our high speeds. We have to set our high speed compression and high speed rebound. I'm used to practice sessions where I don't have to follow the rules. Because your high speed adjustments will have a huge effect on your low speed. And if you can get your high speed adjustments done first, it makes setting the low speed adjustments much, much easier. Because low speed adjustments are basically all handling. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to set your low speed adjustments on your shocks, get the car handling and feeling really good, and then all of a sudden you go out and you adjust the high speed stuff to deal with the bump, and then you're like, dude, my car doesn't handle as good anymore. Because that can happen. I feel so much better. See how much more stable the front end was? Turns in nice. Very nice. And always remember when you're testing your setup, run multiple lines. Don't just run one groove. Don't just roll around the bottom. You never know where you might be running. This thing feels good. Now we had a little bit of that, you know, that little step out over the transition, but it wasn't so severe that I think I need to change the spring. In fact, I think it's at a point where I can fix it with the shock. It's still a little tight. It's still a little tight on exit, but we're close. And I think, because remember, the shocks will help you with your handling too. And that's what I always tell people. You're trying to get about 85%, 80 to 85% of the way there with the springs and the cross weight and the, you know, the ARB arms and stuff like that. Once you get about 85% of the way there, 85% there, the rest of it you can get with your shocks. That's where you can get that last bit from. Ah, freaking damn bots. You guys, if you want to join this session, you can. I mean, I know it's not the most exciting session in here, but the password's just SSR35, so trying to drive this one-handed while getting this crap off my screen. Landon, just go to the hosted sessions in iRacing and you'll find it. It'll say SSR Setup Workshop. And then just click on that, and the password is SSR35. The number 3, the numbers 35. It's all one word, all lowercase letters. Just, yeah, that's it. It's just an open practice test session, man, that I'm doing right now. So if you want to hop in, come on in. Okay, so this thing right now feels pretty damn good. It really does. I mean, it goes into the corner nice. Feels good on throttle coming off. Like I was saying, it felt a little tight on exit. That seems to actually be going away as we are turning more laps. You can see how much I'm straightening the wheel out on exit, which is what I want. I want this thing to drive with the throttle. Remember, always remember, the steering wheel guides the car. We drive the car with the throttle. The steering wheel is just a guide. I'm joining. Right on. Come on in, man. And the best part is this thing can run the top line. It can go through the middle. It's still coming over that transition in the middle. It's got a little bit of a snap to it, but I'm fairly confident that I can fix that with the shocks. That's actually a high-speed shock adjustment. Sorry, I'm trying to get more porn out the chat. It's freaking crap, dude. Devin, if you're still in here, man, watch out for porn. Kurt, damn it. Kurt, you're now a moderator. Watch out for porn. If you see any of those bots, get rid of them. Alright, now I can get back to driving. check my fuel. So basically when I'm doing this, I'm usually, when I get to this point where I'm doing like 15, 20 laps, you know, what I'll start doing is watching my fuel, and I'll go like a quarter tank. I'll just go like a quarter tank. If it feels good over a quarter tank, then we're good. See how that car came around like that on the exit? So it's still a tiny bit tight on entry. A tiny bit tight on entry. And then on exit, it's got just a little bit too much rotation. I actually think that is I think that's a preload issue. That's what it feels like to me. So a lot of times if you're running a lot of preload, basically anything over like 15 pounds, and you're noticing the car is tight on entry off throttle and then loose on throttle, that's usually the preload. The front still has a tiny bit of a shimmy to it, but I think the springs in the ARB are good because the car feels good. I think that's something we can fix with the shocks. See, we're pretty much there. We're at shock tuning point now. We really are. All right. So we ran about 6 gallons of fuel. That's good. Let's get this loaded up while we're stopping here on track. So we did 19 laps, almost 20. Close enough. Okay. All right, so first things first. Front tire, much better, right? That right front tire is much better than what we had previously. If you remember, we did a... How many laps did we do on that previous run? We did 20 laps on that previous, 21 laps the run before. And remember, the right front tire was at 78, not 88. So big change there. Tire wear much more balanced. So big improvement there, which is good. Also, our tire temperature spread much, much better. So 2.9 with this spring, what we want. And that's something to always keep in mind. Your camber is dynamic, okay? Meaning the ARB that you have, the ARB arm, the spring that you have there, it can all affect that camber. Now, that doesn't mean like if you run a 4,000, it's going to be 2.9, and then if you go to 3,000, it's going to be a 3.5. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a difference, but it affects it. It does affect it dynamically, okay? So always remember that. And so I'm always saying everything is dynamic. Okay, we had a couple of times where we were hitting the wall while I was sitting there messing around with that porno crap. So let's look at the one that we did in our fastest lap here, best lap. Okay, our platform is good. It really is. It's money. It's damn near perfect on the front. I would actually like a little bit more tilt to it, but man, I'm not going to complain too much. What I'm going to do is, now that I've got this and I know that we've got a little bit of room, I'm going to actually drop the front down 1/10 of an inch. And the reason I'm going to do that, we had 1236, 1413. That's about it. Yeah, we're pretty much there. Okay. The reason I did that is our average was about 0.9 inches dynamically, and we had about 1/10 of an inch that we could still go down before we would be bottoming out. I have found that usually if you can average somewhere between, like, you know, obviously if it's a smooth track, right, you know, being down just 1/10 or 2 above the ground is fine. But I've found on tracks that do have bumps and stuff like that, if you can be somewhere between like 0.5 to 0.7, 0.8 tenths of an inch, like that seems to be a pretty good zone for what I'm looking for. So we're going to drop that down. Other thing that I'm going to do is I want to actually take a pound out of both these left side tires, just because I just want it to kind of have a little bit more rotation in it. That's not a major adjustment. That's really small, but it's still an adjustment. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to do our shocks. All right. So I'm going to save this as numero 7. What was that movie with oh man, me saying numero 7 just made me think of that. God, Ben Stiller's in it with Dodgeball. Where he walks into his room. Donde está la biblioteca? Like, what? We're opening up a global gym in Mexico City. I've been boning up on my Spanish. Freaking asked him, where's the library? Oh my god. First time my son saw that, my son was like, did you just ask him where the library is? Yep. Because my son speaks Spanish. Because my wife's from Mexico. Okay, anyways. So, we're going to start doing our shocks, alright? And the way that we're going to do that is Motec. So, in that free Motec workbook that you get on the website, if you go here to suspension, okay, we have, this is suspension, this is basically designed for the shocks, okay? So shock velocity, this is showing you how fast the shock is actually moving. Now, there's not a whole lot that you can do with this, okay? There's not. There's really, you're not going to look at this and be like, oh, I can adjust this. You're not, because the shocks are going to always look like that because they're constantly moving, okay? What this is for is, let's just say we're looking at a lap, all right, or 3 laps, or maybe we want to look at, 10 laps, whatever. What this is for is you can see these big spikes, right? These really big spikes. Well, where do those happen to be? We know that there's bumps there. So you can use that to identify bumps in the track, right? Excessive transitions or stuff like that, okay? So that's why that's there, okay? Now, keep in mind the shock tuning. This also shows you that, right? Where you see these colors. Okay, it's showing you bumps and stuff like that, or where the shock is moving really fast. It's just a different way of looking at it. This is showing you the exact spot on the track. That's what that's for, okay? Shock position, that's just showing you how much the shock is compressed or extended. It's really simple, okay? Once again, you're not going to look at this and be like, okay, well, the shock is averaging position 2.5 inches, so I'm going to do X adjustment. You're not going to do that. What it can do for you, though, is it can show you those spots where, hey, man, going into the corner, which we would expect, that's where the front is compressing a lot, okay? Well, we know that there's a transition there. We can use it to start comparing, right? When we make adjustments, we can be like, hey, man, this thing was, when we would go over that transition, it would be compressed 2.6 inches. Now it's compressing 3 inches, and it's bottoming out. Maybe I softened it up too much, right? Like, that's something that you would use it for. You could also use it to say, oh, hey, there's a big spike here, and, oh, that's where we hit a bump, okay? So that would be for that, too. Suspension FFT, most people don't know what this is. It's all this is doing, this is the frequency. What you can use this for is you're just basically kind of looking at the stiffness of each corner. That's kind of what that's telling. All right, that's all that is. I don't use it that often. Now, histogram, what we're going to use this for is we're going to use the histogram to tune our slope. That's all we're using this for, is to tune our slope. I don't care what this looks like in terms of if it's a nice pretty triangle or pyramid or whatever like that. That does not matter. I don't care what these numbers are, right? They don't need to be even, okay? A lot of times I don't want the shock to be even. I might want the left front shock to be tied down in the rebound phase more because of what I'm trying to do with the car, okay? I used to use this for that. I don't. I have discovered that that's not the best way to do it. I use this strictly for the slope, which is this right here, the slope. That's all this is, the slope, okay? And the slope, we're going to dial the slope in with our high speed so we can look at it and get those correct for our shocks, because dealing with the bumps is really important. Now, if we look at iRacing's explanation here, okay, for slope. The slope of the high-speed compression dampening curve, this is the rebound slope, but whatever, is used in conjunction with the high-speed dampening level to adjust the dampening curve shapes. Low slope combined with high level produces digressive curves that control the aero platform and suit large curb strikes. High slope and low level produces linear curves that typically suit bumpier tracks, okay? Now, when they talk about a high slope, all right, what they're talking about is this curve. How do I do that again? I think it's weird. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yep, no problem. So they're talking about this, okay? So the higher this number is, okay, the more of a point that's going to be. And to illustrate this, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. So we're going to put the slopes at 1, the compression and rebound slope, okay? We're going to put those to 1. All right? I want you to watch how much my car moves or how much it bounces around. Because keep in mind, I haven't adjusted the high-speed compression or high-speed rebound. Because remember, those work together with the slope. All right? See how much more the suspension's moving around? As we go over these bumps here. All right, see how much more it's bouncing? Right there. See how much more that is? Now, we don't care about our tire wear right now. We're looking at shocks. Okay? So now, we're not even gonna address, or we're not even gonna look at the data real quick. Yeah, we're just gonna look at this visually. So now let's crank up the slopes to 10. and we're not touching anything else, right? We haven't touched the low speed compression or the high speed compression, low speed, high speed rebounds, none of that stuff. We're just touching the slopes. Now watch, look at the difference in this suspension, right? Watch how much less the car moves or more. See what you think. Look at when we go through those bumps. Look at that. We hit those bumps, not even moving. Whoops. Didn't mean to hit the wall there. See how it's barely moving through those bumps? Now, did you notice what happened, though, when I hit that bump in 3 and 4 that time? You probably didn't if you weren't watching my steering wheel. See how much less the chassis is barely moving. See that? Barely moving. When we go through this part, which we know is bumpy, look at that. Barely even doing anything. Right? So that's what slope does. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Too much slope is not it's not a good thing. Just because the suspension's, just because that thing's not bouncing everywhere, that doesn't mean that that's a good thing. Right? Because when I hit those bumps in 3 and 4 with the slope cranked all the way up like that, well, you know what happened? Well, guess what? The car didn't actually absorb the bump. We just popped over the bump. The car actually, the front end shifted. It lost grip because the tire was actually coming up off the ground. Remember, shocks are a timing device for weight transfer. They also need to absorb bumps and stuff like that. You want to maintain contact to the track. All right, so the slope is like everything else, it's a balance. Okay, if you look at the data here, if we compare those last two, no slope versus slope. Okay, so god dang it, did that not load? There we go. Okay, right, no slope. Okay, slope. All right, the white is no slope, the color is slope. See how much higher the color is, right? See how the slope is, the angle of the slope, right? It's higher, comes more to a point. Where the white, no slope, it's what? It's flatter. It's more linear, right? That's what they're talking about, okay? So you're going to use the slope in conjunction with the high and low speed, or the high speed compression and rebound to really dial in for the bumps. Now, iRacing will tell you like high slope, what is it? Because I don't want to get this wrong. Low slope with high level produces digressive curves that control the aero platform and suit large curb strikes. High slope and low level produces linear curves that suit bumpier tracks. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to get the slope dialed into what's going to give you the most comfortable ride on the bumps, right? Where the car is under control, but you're still absorbing the bumps, right? And also that aero platform. Remember, in terms of our aero platform, right? Always remember, don't think about it in terms of pushing down. Think about it in terms of sucking, right? Sucking the car to the track. the more stable that we can keep that bottom of the car, right, the floor and that rear diffuser, the more stable that our downforce is going to be. Okay, this is why shocks are so important. Just starting getting into building my setup. I'm running the late model tour, and tuning the shocks made a much bigger difference than I shot. The shocks are huge, man. Even on those late models, and they're only two-way adjustables, right? The super late model, the late model stock, right? They're only two-way adjustables. It's just bump and rebound. Just that can make a huge difference, right? I know that for a long time people are always just like, oh, you just max out the shocks. And like, no, since this tire model, version 7 or whatever this is, and the updates that came with it a couple seasons ago, the shocks have a huge effect, because that's always been the big problem. A lot of people were knocking the shocks, or they're like, oh, the shocks suck. It wasn't just the shocks, it was the tire. The tire has a big effect on the shocks. It's one of the reasons why I think dirt is where it's at right now, because of the tire. Once they get the tire really dialed in like they did on asphalt, you're going to notice a big difference in everything else. But anyways, so let's get our slope back to 4. Okay, and what we're going to do, we're going to look at that last run that we did. Which was this one. All right, and we're not going to tune this slope yet, okay? We're not going to mess with the slope yet. What we want to do here is, actually, I didn't even need to do that. We're going to look at our shock tuning, because the first thing that we got to do is we've got to get the car with the bumps. We got to be able to handle the bumps. Now, this is kind of tedious, which is why I say you only want to do, like, 15, 20 laps at a time when you're doing this, because you're going to be looking at a lot of this stuff. Now, you can do so if I right click up here, go to new worksheet, we can do a shock report. All right, and I can add a channel report, and we can do this based on the shocks. Shock report. And I want to add outings, laps, track section, and we can actually look at the individual sections. Okay, so, and then we're going to add, we need the left front shock velocity, right front shock velocity, left rear shock velocity, and right rear shock velocity. And we want the minimum, the maximum, the range. Okay. And then if you want to look at the average or the absolute max or the standard deviation, actually, I do want to look at the average as well. Okay. So we have the minimum, maximum, range, and average. So that's what's going to show. It's going to show us what that shock is doing. Okay. So now when I hit OK, now we've got ourselves a report here. And you can see it's only showing us 1 lap. Well, that doesn't really help, right? So, whoops. And I forgot to highlight these. Okay. There we go. And why am I not seeing? There we go. Selected outings. Okay, so now we can see each lap what those shocks are doing. Okay, lap 3, lap 4, and it can give us a much more breakdown, okay, without us having to just click on each lap. You can see over here it's showing our left front. Now obviously the red is we've got the max and the range, then we've got our average, and then our min. One thing that you'll notice with these shocks is that your average should usually be somewhere around 0. All right. If we look at shock velocity here, you'll notice that our average for the left front is 0.10, for the right front 0.07, for the left rear 0.01, for the right rear 0.01. Okay, so those are all pretty close to 0. So the left front compression is a little bit fast. The right front compression is just a little bit fast, and the rears are pretty much where we want them to be. Okay, but on our shock report here, okay, lap 1, we can see here what we have going into turn 1, the straightaways, turn 2, and then the front stretch. All right, and we can see our minimum, maximum range, and average. So this is really nice, so you don't have to actually sit there and double click on each lap. You can kind of just go through here and look. All right, so you can create one of those. Now, remember, we're going to do our bumps first. Okay, and obviously these colors and these little flags are showing us our bumps. We already kind of know where the bumps are, right? Going into turn 1, going into turn 3, in the middle of turn 3 and 4, there's another big bump there, especially on the high side, right? So we kind of know what's happening with the bumps. So, in terms of where they're at. What we want to do is we want to get our shocks dialed in to deal with those bumps. And one thing when it comes to dealing with or adjusting your shocks based on the bumps, all right, here's the thing. You want to have the shock stiff enough to absorb the bump but maintain a constant contact patch on the track, but you don't want it to be so stiff that it actually like skips over the bump, right? You want it to absorb the bump. Likewise, you don't want it to be so soft that it absorbs it too much and like bottoms out or shifts the weight of the car. Okay, so once again, like I said before, it's a balance. The way that I do this is I look at the speed at which they're moving, right? So here we can see that we've got a max speed on, if you look over here, this is the left front, of 15 seconds and 11 seconds. So 15 inches a second. That's fast. Keep in mind, a low speed shock movement on a cup car like this, all right, on a speedway, is 1.5 inches a second and below. Okay, if it's moving more than like 1.5, maybe 2 inches a second, that is a high speed movement. All right, so that's fast. That's a lot of movement. All right, now also know you're never going to get this to, like, when it's a big bump like that, it's not like we're shooting for a specific number. It's not like, okay, it's at 15, we want to get it to 7. Yeah, no problem, man. Once I get it dialed in with the shocks and everything, I'll share that in here as well. So you just want to adjust it to feel comfortable, okay? So yeah, it is. You got to really arc it down in there. So on the left side, left front, we can see that a lot of movement. So the left front, we want to increase the compression, okay? And then on the rebound, which is these blue ones on the rebound, all right, they're not too bad. So we want to increase the rebound a little bit, but keep in mind, another thing that'll happen is if you actually compress the shock, okay, and then you have the rebound too stiff, what can happen is the car can actually pull the wheel off the ground before the shock extends. All right, so that's one thing to always keep in mind with shocks, okay? Next lap. Okay, and we're looking at the left front right here. We're going to do the left front first. So we have 14, right? So that 13.7, so big there. 12, 11. Still really high. 11, 10, 14, 11, 21. I think I hit the wall there. 9, 9, 10, 8, 8, 17, 11, 10. Okay, so that left front, we can see that it's got a lot of movement going on. So we're going to increase the, for the compression, I'm going to go up 3 clicks on the compression, on the left front high-speed compression, and then we'll go, I'm going to actually just leave the, no, we'll go up 1 click on the high-speed rebound. So 1, 2, 3, and then 1. Okay, so we've got that. All right, next is the right front. So remember, now the right front, this is our leading tire as we go diving into these corners over those transitions and the bumps, okay? So we can see through here, even though we're not getting our little flag, we can see here where there's red, all right, that we've got very fast movements through here. So we know that there's bumps there, all right? We've established that already. We know that there's bumps in here. We can see 1069, 1259, massive. That thing rebounded way fast, all right? Lap 3, we have 20, 14, 12, 18. So this thing's compressing fast, and then it's rebounding super fast. And that's where the car can really get out of control, right? When we absorb a bump, we want to absorb it and then have it be nice and smooth, okay? We don't want it to be like bam, bam, because that's when everything can shift around. We lose grip. Right, 22 seconds on the rebound over here. So we can see that the high-speed rebound definitely is way too low. Like, we need to increase that number. All right, 13, 15, even on the compression, we're at 20, 14, right? Massive numbers. Huge. 16, 15, 11. I mean, so we know we need to increase. So I'm going to actually go up. I'm going to go up 4 clicks on the high-speed compression, but on the high-speed rebound, I'm going to actually go up 3 clicks. Okay, because the rebound on that high-speed rebound was out of control. That was nuts, okay? So next, we've got our left rear. So keep in mind, this is the, that side where when we're going up over that transition, this is the side that lifts up quite a bit, especially when we roll, all right? It's diving down in, especially when we're on that low line. There's bumps down there that it can be bottoming out. So we have 11, 13. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming out. Okay. No problem, man. I'm glad you like them. Okay, so here we're getting a lot of 11s and 10s on the compression side. Rebound side, not nearly as bad. Okay. Getting some high single digits, low double digits on the rebound side. Okay, nothing like we were getting on the right front, which is good. Yeah, pretty big rebound there, but that looks like to be more of a one-off. Okay. Yeah, you can see. So basically, we're getting low double digits, high single digits on the high-speed rebound for the left rear. And then on the compression side of things, we're getting some pretty high speeds, right? Or some pretty high numbers, right? 10, 16. The 16s and 15s and stuff, that seems to be more of a oddity, right? Kind of an exception. For the most part, it's looking like 12s, 13s, that type of range, okay? Now, the thing that I really want to pay attention to is down here, that transition coming off the corner, right? This rebound here is going to be really important, because going over that transition, when you're going over that bump, that tunnel turn or whatever it is, if that thing compresses, all right, and we don't get the rebound correct, that's where that car can slide out from underneath us and get really loose. Likewise, if we do it and it's too aggressive, it could actually make the car, when we come up out of that transition, it can actually make the car tight, where it'll actually want to push into the wall. So the left rear, the high speed stuff on like a track like Charlotte, going over those transitions is really important. Bristol's another example, where the high speed compression and rebound on like the left rear, super important. Dover, same thing. Those transitions, man, super important. So we want to make sure that we get this correct, right? Or at least close. And we can see that those rebound numbers on the exits here, definitely fast, okay? A lot. And our compression number is also pretty high. So I'm going to actually go, we're going to go 2 clicks on the high speed compression. All right, I'm going to also go 2 clicks on the high speed rebound for the left rear. All right, now we're going to do the right rear. Okay, 10, 13, 9, 17, so 18, so okay. So it's looking like, there's a 15. There's a 19. Yeah, that bump, that transition going into turn 1 there's gnarly. It's looking like kind of mid-teens on the compression, and then high single digits on the rebound. Seems to be about where we're at. Obviously, there's some exceptions. It's not always the same. Yeah, so okay. So we're going to go up. We're going to go up 3 clicks on the high-speed rebound, but only 1 click, or on the high-speed compression, only 1 click on the high-speed rebound, okay? Now, we're going to go back out, and we're going to test this, okay? And what we're going to do, and this is really important, okay? I know I say that about a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that's really important. But what we're going to do here is we're going to do 3 laps on each line. Okay, so I'm going to do 3 laps around the bottom, 3 around the middle, and 3 around the top. The reason I'm doing that is because we want to make sure that we hit every spot of the track, right? We don't want to surprise, like, oh my God, there's a big bump on the high line in turns 3 and 4, and I didn't know that, and my shocks couldn't handle it, right? We want to be prepared for it. See how the car shifted right there? Plus, it's also going to take, you know, a lap or 2 from the tires to come to temp here. So even though we're bottoming out, this thing is actually handling these bumps pretty well. I'll tell you what, this thing like hugs the bottom. Feels good down here. All right, we're going to do one more lap around the bottom here just because now the tires have kind of come to temp, so the car's handling better. And then we're going to move to the middle. All right, so there's the bottom. Now we're going to move to the middle. I gotta say, this thing feels pretty good. Car feels good. We're not even done with it yet. Did you notice that? Did you guys notice that? Notice how we went through those bumps right there? Also, did you notice we didn't bottom out? We didn't hear the car bottom out? As these tires pick up more and more temperature and the tire pressures pick up, and then we also burn off some fuel, the car will stop bottoming out. That's why you want to always be checking telemetry, because it'll actually show you, iRacing will actually show you like how negative you're going, right? If it's like negative 0.3, 0.3 of an inch, well then you're burying that thing into the ground, like it's bottoming out a ton. If it's less than a tenth, well, just give it a few laps and it'll go away usually. All right, let's go to the top now. Now see, there's a big, I don't know if you noticed that, but there's a big transition when you run the high line in 1 and 2. There's a big transition there on the top. 3 and 4's got bumps through here, right there, and then you got this transition coming off. Ah, dang it, damn wall. I got too close. I was trying to get as close as I could so I could catch as much of that transition as possible. All right, one more lap. Okay. All right. So, first and foremost, you guys, and this is something that I tell everybody, even in my Motec Masterclass that I did, all right? The one thing I tell everybody, and I'd say it in the training videos for Motec, everything, anything that I do Motec with. Always remember, you guys, the data is not the end-all, be-all, okay? Motec is an identification and confirmation tool. If the car feels good, then by all means, use it, right? Like if you go out and you drive and you're like, man, that felt really good, okay? And then you look at the data and you're like, well, man, it's kind of showing that it's not good through that section, right? Don't change it. Leave it alone, all right? Leave it alone. Now, if you are, man, that car feels really good, and then you go look at your right front tire and you're like, well, the tire temps are 300 degrees after only five laps. Well, yeah, change that, right? Consider that. But I mean, in terms of other stuff, like when the car feels good, it feels comfortable, it's got decent speed, man, don't look at data and go, well, this is saying this, so I must need to change something, right? Don't do that, okay? Don't become a slave to the data, okay? Because that's really easy to happen. Like I said, identification and confirmation. That's what you want to use it for, okay? So like we did here with the shocks, we were identifying bumps. How much is it moving? We adjusted accordingly. I can tell you right now that those shocks felt really good through those bumps. It felt really good. Coming out of that transition, felt really good on both entry and exit. Was it perfect? No. But considering that all we did was adjust the high speed compression rebound, damn, it felt pretty good. All right. So I don't really want to mess with it, to be honest with you. I don't. Now we're going to look at the data because we're doing a workshop here. But in terms of changing it, I don't think I'm going to mess with it. I think I'm going to leave it alone in terms of the high speed compression and rebound. Okay. So first couple laps we were waiting for the tires. So here, looking at this is around the bottom. Okay. That I think I caught the apron there. Hold on, next one. Okay, so the transition, once again, still fast. It's still moving a lot, but like I said, it felt good. That's the key, okay? Left rear, still fairly fast. Let's look here. Through the middle, when we ran the middle, it felt great through the middle. It felt great. Even though, I mean, you can see right here, like 20 seconds, right? I can tell you right now, that right front shock did not feel like it was moving 20 inches a second. It just didn't, okay? It felt really, really good going through there, even though it was a bump. Like, it felt really good, all right? Now, here's the deal, and this is the thing to remember. The car feels really good over those bumps right now, so I'm not going to mess with the high speed compression rebound anymore. I'm going to actually leave it. What if the car doesn't feel good? Well, then you want to look at it and be like, okay, it's still doing a lot through there. So what I want to do is I want to kind of tweak this a little bit more. That's why it's always important, you know, go out, drive like I just did. Couple laps around the bottom, couple through the middle, couple through the top, so you know where the car is on the track. Unfortunately, Motec doesn't tell us that. It doesn't say you are 5 car lengths off the bottom. You can't find that out. Okay, so always do that so that way you know what you're looking at, right? When we went to the top here, this thing going into the corner felt great. It felt great going into the corner. And coming off the corner, right, this transition coming off felt great. Okay, so like I said, I don't want to mess with it, all right? So the next thing that we need to do, though, is we need to do our slopes, okay? We need to fix we got to dial in the slope some. And this is really where you're going to see those adjustments kind of really become dialed in. All right. So with this being a bumpy track, I know iRacing says here that, you know, a high slope and low level produces linear curves that typically suit bumpier tracks. Just because iRacing says that does not mean that you need to actually run linear shocks. All right, it doesn't mean you have to do that. Okay, they're just kind of giving you guidelines and examples and stuff. All right, this track is bumpy, but the thing that you have to remember is it's not like it's consistent bumps. Right, it's not like like Fontana, for example, is a bumpy track. There's bumps all through that damn track, right? You're going down the straightaway hitting bumps, right? Like there's bumps all over that track, okay? This track, there's some bumps, but there's some bumps in the corners, but they're kind of big, right? The transitions are a big deal. The bumps are bigger, right? So I would consider it less bumps, but the bumps are more impactful. Because of that, I actually want more of a digressive shock, okay? So I've increased these. So what I'm going to do is when it comes to this, I'm going to actually increase my slope. Okay. We look at the left front here. This left front, we look at all this. All right. Our slope, I want it to be a little bit more to a point. Now, if we look at this, the left side here is the rebound. The right side is the bump. Okay, and you can see that the rebound slope is steeper than the bump. Because keep in mind, remember, we're looking at the high speed. Yes, it will affect the low speed, but looking more at the high speed right now, which is everything outside of this. See this lightly shaded box here? This is low. Inside here is low speed. Everything out here is high speed. So our high speed slope, we've definitely got more of a slope there on the high speed rebound than the bump. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to actually leave the high speed rebound slope on the left front alone. That's pretty good. I kind of what I want to see. I'm going to increase the slope on the bump here though. All right. So we're going to go up 2 clicks on the bump, on the compression slope. I always say bump, on the high speed compression slope for the left front. Okay. Now on the right front, we've got kind of the opposite, right? But I mean, this is really flat. This is really flat. I want to actually get this up on both sides. Now the right side, the right front bump does have more of a slope than the rebound. Okay. But it's not much, but it does have more of a slope. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually go up 2 clicks on the compression slope, but 3 clicks on the rebound slope. Okay. Now let's look at the rears. Both of these are pretty linear, right? There is some slope to it, but this is pretty linear. I mean, this is almost like a linear shock. That's, I mean, like a picturesque linear shock. That's what it would look like. All right. And I do want to have some more slope in this. So I actually need to increase both the compression and rebound slopes. And you can see that they're pretty close. The rebound is a little bit more linear than the bump. Not by much, but it is a little bit more. And what you can see here, see how this has got just a little bit more of an angle, right? Where this one's a little bit flatter. That's what I'm talking about. So we're going to actually go up here. 1, 2. I'm going to go up 3 clicks on both sides, on the compression and the rebound slope on the left rear. Now the right rear does have more of a slope. Okay, and the rebound side is fairly linear. This bump side is kind of flat, and then it does pick up more. See how that works? So I'm going to go 3 clicks on the rebound and then 2 clicks on the bump. All right. And now we're going to save this. Okay. And we're going to go out. We're going to do the exact same thing again. God dang, it's already been almost 3.5 hours. That is crazy that it has already been that long. What's up, David? We're just dialing in some shocks here on the NextGen car, wrapping up this setup that we built for this workshop. You guys see how much better the car looks through the corner now, how much more stable it looks when we're going through those bumps? Right? I mean, you can see it moving, but you can see that we're absorbing the bumps and the car's not shifting, it's not getting out of whack or anything like that. It's not skipping, nothing. That's what we're looking for when we tune these shocks. All right, so we just did a couple of laps around the bottom. So this next one's, we're going to go through the middle. You guys see we went right through that bump. The car absorbed it. And I had the steering wheel turned left. It absorbed the bump, and we kept turning. It didn't skip or slide or nothing. That's exactly what you want to see when you're doing your shocks. When you're setting your high-speed adjustments up to deal with bumps and stuff like that, that's what you want to see. All right, so now we're going to do after this lap, we'll do a couple around the top. There's that transition. That felt amazing over that transition. That was perfect. We go right through those bumps. That was perfect. Right off that transition. I mean, that felt perfect, man. Like, that really did. That felt really, really good. I wish you guys could feel my steering wheel as to what that felt like. Because that felt really good. Like, that's exactly what you want. All right, our high-speed stuff is good, man. I mean, I'm just, like, we are dialed in on the high-speed stuff. We're good. All right, we load this up here. Okay, now you can see here our little histogram, right? Like this, like, it's not pretty looking. It's not like, oh, that's beautiful, man. You've got that perfectly matched, perfectly even. No, it's not. But it is better than what it was. And if I compare it to the last before, right? See the difference in the slopes here compared to the white? It's very subtle, but it's there. Okay, and that's the thing that you need to remember. The shock stuff is going to be subtle. That's why it's so important for how it feels to you, okay? I can tell you right now, it felt great. Like, I'm not messing with that high-speed stuff anymore. I'm not touching it because it feels so good. Now, when we do our low speed, which is what we're going to do now, we might have to adjust the high speed because they do affect one another, okay? And that's why you want to adjust the high speed first. But it's going to be very subtle. Like, we might add a click or subtract a click from, like, the high-speed bump or rebound or something like that. It's not like we're going to go from running an 8 on the high-speed compression to a 3. Okay, it's nothing like that. All right. So that felt really, really good. I already saved this as 8. Yes, I did. Okay, so we want to make sure that we've got that saved. Just got home, seeing you were on. Yeah, we've been doing this setup workshop for the next-gen cars, David, for the last 3.5 hours. Kind of crazy that we've been going this long. Yeah, 3.5 hours. So yeah, all right. So we've got that. So now what we have to do is now we need to do our low speed adjustments. And this is the final piece to our handling. Okay. And what I mean by that is we're going to use our low speed adjustments to get the last little bit of our handling puzzle finished, right? So the car's still a little tight on entry and the apex. It's actually a little tight everywhere. We can fix that with our shocks. I can get the last bit out with the shocks, and that's what we're going to do, okay? So get a little shock tuner here. I need to actually make this into a presentable thing for you guys. A little shock tuning thing. I need to put this into a spreadsheet and give it to you guys. So I want to loosen up the car basically through the entire corner, okay? And the best way to do that is I'm going to actually soften that compression, okay? On the right front compression, I'm going to take 1 click out of that. I'm going to increase the left front by 1 click. Now, keep in mind, because this is really important, these are coilover shocks, okay? So the compression on the shock is also going to be affected by this spring, right? So if I turn this low speed compression to 1, it's not going to have the same effect as it would if this spring were 2,000 pounds, right? Because that spring is 4,000 pounds. It's much stiffer. So the compression aspect of it is always going to be affected by the spring. Likewise with the rebound. The stiffer the spring, the more it's going to want to rebound. So you might actually find with the stiffer spring that you need to increase the low speed rebound because that spring is counteracting it. You might have a shock, but this is why we do the shocks last. You might have a shock package that works really, really well at a track, and then you put some different springs on, you're like, man, these shocks aren't working. Well, that's because they go hand in hand with the springs, especially on these coilovers. That's why it's so important, okay? So we'll go to 4 on the low speed compression on the right front, 5 on the left front. That's going to help the car. That'll loosen us up on entry, all right? Next thing we're going to do here is I gotta loosen this thing up more through the apex and the exit, okay? The easiest way to do that is I'm going to go down on the left rear low speed compression. I'm going to go up 2 clicks on the right rear low speed compression, okay? Because that'll help that thing rotate more, specifically on throttle, all right? I also want to, the front rebounds here, this low speed rebound, okay? On the left front, the less left front rebound, all right, the looser the car will be on the kind of like, not the apex, but right before the apex, okay? So we're going to go 1 click out of there, 1 click there. And you guys keep in mind, I don't recommend doing all these changes like this at once. I'm doing this to save time, and I've done this thousands of times, so I know what I'm doing, and I can tell you if I go out and the car doesn't feel good in a certain spot, I know what's causing the problem. So don't make this many changes, okay, if you're not experienced with it, because you can find yourself really getting lost because you're like, what the hell's going on? Okay, so don't do exactly what I'm doing, okay, because that's not going to help you. All right, and then lastly, what I want to do is I want to take 1 click out of that right rear rebound low speed, because that will also help loosen us up on the exit, okay? So we're going to save this as 9. All right. And now we are ready for our... It's so freaking hot in here. Oh my God. For our first long run. And what we're going to do is, and because we've only got about 30 minutes left, let me see. You got 36 minutes left. Because I got to get my son from school in an hour. We are ready for our first long run. All right. And what you do when you get to this point, you're going to go out, do like we've been doing with every other test run, where you give it a lap or 2 for the tires to come to temp. All right. And then you're going to run the hell out of it. You're going to push it to the max and do it basically, kind of break up where you're running, bottom, middle, top, and do it in like 10 lap I usually try to do it in like 10 lap sections. Or you can just go bottom, top, right? Bottom half of the track, upper half of the track, whatever's easiest for you, right? Because some tracks there's not really a middle. It's just kind of like low or high. And instead of like paying attention to the number of laps, watch the fuel, okay? Base it on how much fuel you have remaining. I typically, on this first long run, I mean, I'll try to actually go the whole entire fuel run. If I can go an entire fuel tank and the car feels good and the tire wear looks good, then I'm like, all right, we're good to go. But I try to make it at least a half a tank. But you see how much better the car, just from the last test we just did a few minutes ago, right? See how much better it's driving into the corner, and notice how we don't have that shimmy in the front anymore. How it handles the transitions. That's all your shocks, man. The shocks are so important on this car. Like, I see people out there who are just like, oh man, I just set everything to 5. Like, dude, you can do that if you want. And if you have everything else good, like, I mean, I guess you'll be fast. But I wouldn't recommend that, man. If you can dial your shocks in, it's such a huge benefit. That's probably the one thing that I can really hang my hat on is the shocks on the setups. Like, that's the one thing that I can really be, you know, I might not be perfect with the springs or the ARB or the crossweight and that stuff, right? But when it comes to the shocks, I usually got the car pretty comfortable with the shocks. And I found if I can do that, then the car is usually going to be good for those long runs. And when you got a race like we got coming up, right, 600 miles, I don't care. Your strength of field could be 0. At some point, you're going to have a long run. If you survive all the carnage, right? There's going to be long runs. So you want to make sure that you've got a car that can do it. I don't know if I'm going to be running anything tonight, David, just because my son, I got to go pick him up from school. My son just made All-Stars in Little League. And so he's really been on me to, like, practice and stuff. I've been practicing with him every night. And I'm sure that he's going to want to practice tonight and do drills and stuff like that. So I don't think I'm going to be running anything tonight or tomorrow night. Now, tomorrow during the day, I'm planning on running stuff. This thing just goes right to the bottom, just sticks there. I can get on the throttle and drive right out. Feels great. I mean, it really does, man. It feels great. I drove that in a little too deep there. But yeah, David, I think tomorrow I'll be running some stuff at Charlotte during the day. Now Thursday, I'm going to be running stuff. I don't know exactly what. And then I think Friday night is when I'll be running the Coke 600. Now here's the deal, I can tell you guys right now. Because I'm not gonna have enough time to finish this. I can't believe we couldn't get it done. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, when I built the insider setup this week, it took me 2 days. So I can believe that I didn't get it done in 4 hours. The car is still a little bit tight. Okay. But we're not even a quarter of a tank through the fuel yet. All right, and this is something you always want to keep in mind. Like I said before, You know, when you're starting to do the longer runs, go at least a half a tank. Because these cars change a lot dynamically as the fuel burns and the tires wear. So you really want to see what happens with the car. This thing could start off tight, and then after 30 laps, it could get so loose you can't even drive it. Okay? And that, I mean, that has happened before a lot. So don't just go out and run, you know, 15, 20 laps and be like, okay, we're good, right? Don't make that mistake, because you can be in a race and then all of a sudden you're like, damn, dude, I can't even get the throttle down. It's so bad. So don't make that mistake. Run it through. Get a real feel for it. Drive it. Make sure that you're really feeling it out, man. And push it. You guys always try to push the car and try to simulate or recreate those situations that you might be in a race. Obviously, you're not going to be able to simulate it 100% because you don't have another car out there with you, right? And we don't have AI racing for these cars yet. But try to think about those situations that you might be in, right? So for example, one situation that I always try to do, what I always try to practice when I'm building a setup and testing, is passing somebody, right? Because we've all been there before, right? You're faster than somebody, you're trying to get around them, and what happens? You go low, right? Maybe you get underneath them, and then what? Well, you're stuck down there. You can't drift up, right? You have to try to stay down low so you don't slide up into them, right? You can't accelerate and sweep all the way out, so you have to practice. You have to hold that car down. Hold that car down. Well, how does the car react when you're doing that? Right? How does this thing feel when you do that? Does it feel good? Right? Can you let off early and then accelerate through the corner so you can get a run out? Or do you have to drive it in super deep and then get on the brakes, right? Like, those are the things that you want to be practicing. You want to be checking. You don't want to just get out there and put yourself in a situation and all of a sudden you're like, man, this car is not handling good. Well, you built the setup and you were by yourself. See how loose that thing got right there? You built the setup and you were by yourself, and then all of a sudden you put yourself in this situation where you got cars all around you, and now it's like, well, no wonder it's not working. Now that thing that just happened coming out of turn 4, I can tell you exactly what that was. I had slowed down on entry here a lot, and then I was picking up a ton of speed coming out, and I had a lot of wheel put into it, and I wasn't straight coming off. That's why I did that. So that's something that I want to keep an eye on as I go through this run. Oh, gonna run the Xfinity in the truck race? Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do some, maybe I'll race some tonight. I won't be live streaming, but maybe I'll record it. Maybe if I race tonight, maybe I'll record the races and put them up tomorrow or something. If I race. Like I said, my son, I know he's going to want to practice. And of course, it's like 105 degrees today. It's 100, fuck, oh my god, it's 120 in here right now. This office is so hot. Oops, well, right there, that's why you want to have damage turned off when you're doing this. If I had damage on, now the rest of this run, all those laps that I just turned are pointless. Does me no good. Now I got to go back and redo all of them. Just wasted a bunch of time. Yeah, that thing's still a little too tight on entry. Now, once we get to 10 gallons and I look at the tires, I'll be able to see what I can do to it in terms of adjustment to fix this last little bit. Because I got to tell you, this thing's pretty good. To be honest, I wouldn't have any problem giving this setup to somebody as like an insider setup. I really wouldn't. I would just tell them, hey, the first 15 laps, the car is going to be a little tight. Don't push it too hard after 15 laps, and you should be good, right? Now, because I've been pushing it hard the whole time, the reason it's not getting much better is because we've used a lot of the, we're using up that right front when it is tight. But yeah, I gotta be honest with you, man. This thing feels really good. It really does. Just needs to be loosened up a skosh. Oh my god, I bet that sounded horrible as I just slammed the mic off my face. Gonna itch my head and caught this damn boom. I gotta get used to this thing. And it is still bottoming out just a tiny bit, even after burning 8 gallons of fuel. So we might even be able to put a little bit more tilt in the profile to kind of help with the turn in. And I think this will be money. We'll be gold, pony boy. What's up, Wayne? All right. We're gonna do one more lap here. I know that's not 10 gallons, but we're running short on time here. Oh, you're on your way back to Cali, Wayne? Awesome. Lucky you. Congrats, it's freaking hot here, and it sucks. I hate the heat. Hate it. If there wasn't a summer, I would be happy. If it never got above, I shouldn't say there wasn't a summer. I know we need that for the seasons and agriculture and all the different stuff. But if where I lived, if it never got above 70 degrees, I'd be so happy. So happy, man. Like, I cannot wait for the day that my wife wants to finally get out of California. Like, I cannot wait for that day. Can't come fast enough. Okay, so first of all, we're going to look here at the tire percentages. And the one thing that I'm noticing here is in terms, and this is really important, okay? Because you're gonna be like, what the hell are you talking about, Tommy? In terms of the balance of the car, okay? Our percentages were actually pretty good. And what I mean by that is this. If you look at our left front, okay, disregard the inside, because remember, I told you I don't really worry about the inside. I worry about getting the outside and the middle contact patch. 85%. Now, our right front on the inside and the middle, we're at 76 and 75, but that is partly due to the fact that the car is so tight that it's sliding. If we look at the outside, which is actually being used some, it's at 85%. So the weight, in terms of the amount of force being applied, the weight, the balance, is actually pretty good on this car. If we look at the rears, we're at 93 and 92, but 95 on both of these, the inside and the outside here. Okay, so the parts that are really making the contact the most All right, 93 and 92. So overall, the car is actually pretty balanced. It's got a good balance to it in terms of weight distribution. All right, our tire temps are not too high. We're at 283 here on the inside. I bet if we look at Motec here, if we look at the tire data, what happened? Where'd that? How come it didn't load? I had my telemetry recording. How come that didn't load? I just got that one part, really? On off. Are you kidding me? Did that not record? I'm gonna be so mad if that didn't record. Nope, it didn't record. God dang it. Are you kidding me? Okay. Alright, doesn't matter. Because I can look here and basically give you everything you need. The car's too tight. We know that. Okay, we need to loosen it up. But in terms of the balance here, the balance actually feels pretty good in terms of our weight distribution. So I don't want to change a whole lot in terms of like the cross weight or the nose weight or stuff like that. Like I don't want to mess with it too much. Yes, we can deduct the cross weight. We can lower the cross weight a little bit. Okay. The way that we can do that is by dropping this left side some. All right, so now we're at 54.8. We were at least this shows me in the garage here, we were at 57.2. Okay, so in our, we had 1.13, 1.13, 1.13, or 1.3, 1.5. So we had 11, 11, 13, 15. We're at 11, 11, 13, 15. Pretty much what I want to see, okay? So that is pretty good right there. We got our crossweight. We took a couple percentage points out of the crossweight, so good there. Okay, so that'll loosen us up quite a bit, right? That'll loosen us up through the entire corner, okay? Now, yes, I can actually add some more tilt to it to help that thing, you know, kind of turn through the corner more. But remember, we don't want to get crazy with that, right? Remember, we have our zone that we want to stay on, so we want to kind of stay in that. We don't want to get nuts with it, okay? And then in terms of other adjustments, right, we can look at maybe tweaking, you know, could we make a spring adjustment to it? Yeah, we could do that. You know, we could adjust the ARB. I don't want to go much softer than a P2 on the arm because I don't want it to roll too much. On the rear here, I don't want to stiffen it up more than a 4. It actually feels pretty good at that. If anything, I'd probably like to actually soften it another click, but I'm going to leave it there for right now. Okay, so overall, the car feels good. It really does. All right, so the last thing that we can really do here is either A, make another spring adjustment. All right, we could take some more crossweight out, but I don't want to do that, okay? I don't want to get too crazy with the crossweight because I still need to do another full long run to verify that this thing will run an entire fuel tank. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that here because we're almost out of time. I will do that, though, and I will record the data and share it with you guys, okay? And then, or we can adjust the shocks, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually adjust the shocks, okay? I'm going to actually do two things, okay? I'm going to go up 150 pounds on the left front spring and the right rear spring. I'm going to stiffen both of those. That'll actually kind of counteract each other. but that'll help us out a little bit on entry and on exit. All right. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a slight shock adjustment to help loosen the car up a little bit more. Okay. And I probably get the most room that I've got to do that is going to be. So we're going to actually make that left rear rebound. We're going to go to 6 on the left rear rebound on the low speed, because that'll help the car kind of loosen up some in that apex region. I don't want to go much higher on the bump than this. I don't want to go much lower on that rebound. Let's do it. So we'll just go up to 8 on that compression. I'm going to say this is 10. All right. And we should be good to go here. So I've only got 13 minutes, which is actually kind of perfect. Because I gotta go pick up my son. So 51 and raining where you're at, Wayne. Whew, lucky you. I don't know if you guys can see the freaking perspiration glistening on my forehead. This computer, man, you know, the modern computer systems are amazing in terms of power and stuff like that. But because of their power, their TDP and all stuff like that, the amount of heat that they put off is insane, dude. It's insane. That already feels better. Much better through the apex. And you notice, right? We didn't do some crazy major change. It's not like I went from a 3250 in the right rear to a 4600, right? We went up 150 pounds on the left front and the right rear. And we just did a slight shock adjustment on the right rear compression and the left rear rebound. And yeah, this thing is way better. Way better. I can literally hug that blue and white line. I got a little anxious on the throttle there. Getting a little too excited. Wanted to get the throttle down. Wanted to drop the hammer. All right, you guys, I think we're there, man. I really do. This thing feels great. The only thing that would be left to do is a full fuel run now. That's the only thing that's left to do. Ah, freaking porn bots. Oops. I'm gonna do two things at once here. That lap's not gonna help the data. Okay. All right, man. This thing feels really good. Really good. It drives on throttle the way that I like it, and what I mean by that is if I want it to kind of rotate more, I can just give it more gas. It feels stable. When it hits the bumps, it doesn't shift or unload or feel out of control or anything like that. It pretty much, you know, if it bottoms out, it's only over those big transitions, and it's only for a split second, so. I mean, overall, this thing feels really, really good. And so the only thing that's left to do is a long run with it. Would be to go out and actually run the tank empty, and then to come, you know, go look at the tire wear and see what's going on with the tire wear. And unfortunately, I don't have time to do that because I got to go pick up my son from school. But I will do that, and then I'll post a video about it. I'll post it as kind of, I'll kind of make this a two-parter. Part one was building this thing, you know, 4-hour live stream. Part two will be the verifying it. Wayne, if it's 51 and raining where you're at, where are you at? What are you, in North Dakota or something? Fargo? Or raining? No, it must be more tropical. You in the south somewhere? Neck was hurting me there for a sec. Yeah, I think sticks on the bottom good. Do got to be careful with that transition there. If I get stuck down low and I've got a little too much wheel in it coming off that corner on throttle, it does want to come around a little bit. But overall, this thing feels good. It's ready to go. Whoops. looking somewhere else, not paying attention. Nebraska. Thanks for the congrats that you gave on the A license on dirt. Nice. Is that an emoji dapping? Is that what that is? Oh no, that's not dapping. What is that? What do they call that? My son does that crap all the time. Where he does that. He'll be like all, whatever that is. I don't know what that's called. My son does all the time. Be like, hey man, how'd practice go? Oh, good, I got 2 hits. And I'm like, what is, oh damn it. I'm like, what does that mean? Why are you doing that? What does that mean? I never did that in baseball. I've been like, oh, I got 2 hits. Well, what are you doing? Well, that's what kids do, I guess. I don't know. What happens when you get to my age? You're not cool and hip anymore, I guess. Which is weird, because I still feel like a kid. Like, I feel like I just graduated high school a couple years ago. Like, I do not feel like I'm 39 years old. I do not feel like that at all. Oh. Got a little too high. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't. And I remember when I was a kid, and I remember when my dad turned 40, like, oh my God, that was such a big deal. Like, oh my God, he's so old, he's 40. And now I'm like, dude, 40 ain't nothing. Like, I feel like I'm just, I didn't get stuff figured out until like I was 30. Like, I wish I could go back in time and relive my high school years knowing what I know now. Dab? Okay. What's up, Shock Eye? We're just getting ready to wrap this up here, man. Just got done adjusting our shocks. I gotta go pick up my son here. I actually need to go. How much fuel do we have left? Oh, 3.5 gallons to 10. I'm not gonna be able to get down to 10. Up, see right there? That thing just started getting loose on me. So the rear end is starting to skate a little bit on me. It is, I can feel it skating just a little bit back there. And keep in mind, we're not even through a half a tank yet, so that will get worse. See right there when I hit the throttle, that thing's, it's starting to slide around. Now the good news is I can already tell you what that is. And I'm gonna pull off because I gotta get going. I can already tell you what that is. That's the rear ARB. That is a simple fix. Just soften it up. That's all that is. Soften up the rear ARB and it'll be fine. When we had that higher cross weight, 57%, it was basically, it must have been covering up that deficiency in the setup. Because it's, and as you can see here, tire wear, much more balanced. Much more balanced. But see that right rear, now, 92, that rear end starting to slide a little bit more. So I want to actually increase the cross weight just a tad, and we're going to go down to on that rear ARB. Keep the cross weight at 55. And we're going to save that just like that. And that's basically it. So let's take a look really quick at the data here. We can see our last little run here. That was 23 laps. So pretty good indicator of where the car's at. So we look at our profile here. good. A little bit of bottoming out, but that's fine. If we look at our average, which is, remember what I was talking about, always pay attention to the average, especially through the corners, right? We look at the turn here, left front, right front, basically even. Left rear is a little bit higher than the right rear, but that's okay. All right. One thing to keep in mind is if we look at that lap compared to this lap, look at the difference in the rear end. You guys see this? And this is only 19 laps. We have lap 3 is the colored lines. Lap 21 is these white lines. Our average rear end height, okay, our left rear through turns 1 and 2 was at 0.6 inches. The right rear at 0.432. That was on lap 3. On lap 21, our left rear was 0.654. Our right rear was 0.537. Our right rear went up 1/10 of an inch. On average, I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. Okay, it is. These rear diffusers are super precise, man. They're really temperamental. They really are. So that was after only 20 laps, 18 laps, 19 laps. All right. After we do 50, okay, that change is going to be even bigger. That's why I was telling you that profile, so important. So important. Wait till you get my age. Everyone thinks you should be in a nursing home. Yeah, I'm never going to one of those. I'm not going to one of those. Not happening. I'll die before I get to that point. So. All right, you guys. That is going to do it. I am literally, I'm dying right now. It's so hot in here. But that's going to do it, you guys. So that is basically how you build a setup for these cars from the ground up. You know, I know we covered an absolute ton in this. I mean, it was 4 hours long. And what I'll do is I will I've got this saved. I'm gonna go after I go get my son, stuff like that later today. I will do, or maybe tomorrow morning, I will do a long run with it, record it, you know, show you guys the data and stuff like that, the final spot where we ended up, and then I'll post that here on YouTube so you can kind of see part 2, you know, kind of the end of it. And I'm gonna use and just so you guys can see here, right, if we look at this setup and we look at the insider setup, right, you can see very different. Very different. But in the same sense, also kind of the same, because they both feel good. They're both fast, and I'll race both of them, right? It's just a matter of, you know, what feels best. Keep in mind that insider setup, I built that based on the scheduled time and day of the Coke 600, right? So the track was much cooler. It was at sunset, right? It was later in the day, and it was the exact date. Where this, I just cranked up the temperature and put it to afternoon, right? So 2 different times and stuff like that. But yeah, all right. So anyways, that'll do it, you guys. Thank you very much for coming out. I really appreciate it. There was a ton of you guys that showed up, which is awesome, man. I can't thank you guys enough. Special shout out to all of you guys in the winner's circle. Appreciate you guys being a part of that and coming out to these live streams and supporting me, man. It really makes a difference, man. It keeps me motivation to keep doing this. So thank you guys very much. So that'll do it. Thank you very much as always. I will see you again this week. I will be back. We got a lot of races to run this week, and I'm looking forward to it. And until then, as always, good luck, good racing. Take care.